The Thursday, August 25th, 2022 special budget meeting of the Marquette City Commission is now called to order at 9:01 a.m. Please stand and join us for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. City Clerk, roll call, please.
Commissioner Bonzel?
Here.
Commissioner Davis?
Here.
Commissioner Hanley?
Here.
Commissioner Hill? Commissioner Stonehouse?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Mayor?
Here.
And Mayor Smith.
Here. Commissioner Hill is on her way. We will see her very shortly. So I'm going to go ahead and move on to the approval of the agenda. Commissioners, we have a motion on the agenda. Commissioner Stonehouse?
Your Honor, motion to approve the agenda is written.
And do we have a second? Commissioner Davis?
I'll second the motion.
All in favor, please say yes.
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 Opposed? Motion passes 6-0. I have no announcements for this special budget meeting. Moving on to public comment. Comments may not exceed 3 minutes per person. Please clearly state your name and physical address, and go ahead and approach the side podium if you have a public comment today.
Good morning. Margaret Brum, 404 East Magnetic Street. My comments on the budget process are broken up into two parts this morning. Number one, if it's a choice between cutting funding to Lakeview Arena versus continuing funding the Smart Zone, I'm requesting that you continue to fund Lakeview Arena rather than the Smart Zone, for the reason that in the last 3 years, the city has invested $1.2 million into the Smart Zone. And if you look at the objective output for $1.2 million, I'm not being facetious when I say the biggest employment they've done is their own group has employed people, as opposed to finding ways to take the money we've invested with them to generate jobs. And that's the whole idea of the Smart Zone, is to generate jobs using inventions. And yet, if you look at Lakeview Arena, the number of people using it has grown each year. And every time there's a tournament of any sort, every person coming, you don't send a 10-year-old boy or 10-year-old girl to a tournament by themselves. There's a parent, there's usually a couple of siblings, they come for the weekend, they have to stay someplace, they have to eat someplace. So there's separate from the objective value of hockey, which I think is very high, the value to the city, especially during the winter months when our regular tourism drops off, is enormous. And if you shut down Lakeview Arena to save a nickel, and this is your responsibility to make these tough decisions, they're going to have to use the Berry Center, and you're going to have young people trying to practice in the middle of the night because Northern's hockey team will take precedence. So that was the number one thing I wanted to say, is if you have to cut, please cut to the Smart Zone and not Lakeview Arena. Number two, as you know, I'm responsible for the city cigarette recycling program. This morning on the news, I saw a segment from Houston that just horrified me. Houston neighborhoods have become open dumping grounds for garbage, and the city has failed to keep up with it to the point where the residents are blaming discrimination because the dumping is taking place in the poorer neighborhoods, and the quality of life is just horrific. I think it's time for the city to actively consider raising the fine for littering to $500 an instance and $1,000 if you're caught throwing something out of your car window. Because when I was walking up and down Lakeshore Boulevard yesterday, because I didn't have my dog, I was picking up cigarette butts, and they were all in the gutter and in the front lawns of those nice houses on Lakeshore Boulevard. People are throwing things out the window. We could become Houston if we don't get on top of this. $500 a spot or 5 days picking up garbage in the city would stop it. And I know that sounds dramatic, but if we don't stop it now, we're going to be overwhelmed by it, and I don't want us to turn into another Houston. Thank you for listening. Good luck with the meeting.
Anyone else for public comment? Anyone else? Seeing no further public comment is now closed. Up next, we have item 1 on our agenda, the consent agenda. Commissioners, do we have a motion on consent? Commissioner Bonzo?
I'll move to accept the consent agenda as presented.
And do we have a second? Mayor Pro Tem?
Second, Your Honor.
Any discussion? All in favor, please say yes.
Yes.
Any opposed? Motion passes 7-0. And let the record reflect that Commissioner Hill is now present for roll call. Thank you. On to new business, budget overview. This is number 2 on the agenda. This is our main topic for the entirety of the day here. So I know that we have a long day ahead of us. I will let our city staff go ahead and lead us through. I would ask that the commission allow them to get through each segment as they indicate, and then we'll open it up to questions at that point, unless there is a very specific clarifying question. Is that clear? Okay. Let's turn it over to our city manager, Karen Kovacs. Thank you.
Well, good morning. So this obviously looks and feels a little bit different than years prior to, right? And in years past, it has been several meetings that we go over the budget individually and through a process. And we thought it made sense this year to really kind of lump everything in together. There is a component to all of these funds that they're all tied together. So it really makes sense to have a full day budget conference really focusing on this. With that caveat, though, there is a follow-up session that is being scheduled to cover utility funds, which we are still waiting on the final rate study and those rates projecting out for a number of years. So we're still working through that. But today, we are going to be focusing on really the meat of the budgets, which here we are include obviously the general fund, special revenue funds, and other necessary budgets. So today, this meeting really is for you, the commission, to really see the budget, digest it, and work through it. This is meant to, kind of go through those details that you do have, but really keep a higher level perspective of the budgets and really focus on, next steps and future years. There is a potential or in some interest in having more of a public information presentation at a later date when this budget is proposed in the final stages of a proposed budget. What you have before you and what you have received prior to this meeting and that we will be discussing is really a draft format. This is your first look. This is really the budget as it shakes out and ends where we are. There will still obviously be requests for some direction, some feedback, questions, things like that, and also going through the public process where there are interests or other priorities that are expressed either through the commission or through the public as well. So that may change, this budget may change, but here's really the heart of it, the meat of it, and the bulk of the budgets. So this morning we are planning on covering a brief introduction. We've been talking about the budget for quite some time now. Even last year, we were talking about this year's budget. So we are going to do a small introduction and kind of the budget process, but that education piece to the public will come at a later date where we really explain how these budgets work. I think many of you are all seasoned, obviously, so you do know the process, but we'll touch on it a little bit. We'll move through the general fund. Related to the general fund, there is debt service and internal service funds. Again, we talk about connection and how all of these funds throughout the city are really intertwined somehow, and we'll kind of touch on that. And we will also talk about capital outlay. In the afternoon, we'll work through the component units, special revenue funds, and enterprise funds. These funds generally kind of stand on their own, have some impact to the general fund, but not as much as our debt service and internal service funds. So we will keep those separate. And then lastly, we will touch on next steps and what the plan is for the next coming weeks, and then obviously moving into the budget year. So with that being said, we'll start on the general fund. And I know that we're going to have some page flipping. We are trying to make it as simple as possible to stay with us. Obviously, the page numbers are going to be there, and we will kind of guide you through the discussion through the general fund. But again, we are going to take a high overview kind of look and keep that perspective a little bit broad through the general fund, not necessarily getting into the line item details. There will be some points that we make. Obviously, be room for questions, and we can go through detail as much as you'd like, but really focusing on the general fund as it is at that broader level. So last year felt different than this year, but nevertheless, we remember it. Last year was really a moment where we had a realization that the financial status of the city was not as stable as we, had originally thought in the past, and that we had become accustomed to, right? It felt a little bit more like a crisis. And we were able to identify that, recognize that, and make some changes. When we look at what we did just a few months ago, and that was addressing the revenue side of things through an increase in the millage to the maximum allowed amount of operating millage. That really helped us get to this point where we are now moving into stabilization. So again, last year we were more in a crisis mode, trying to stop any future decline in revenues and financial status, and now we're moving into more of a stabilization and really a moment where we can catch our breath and be able to make some progress in the near future. Next year and years beyond that, we are going to be really looking at that healing process and really trying to move forward with development and growth. So this year, again, is more of a stabilization feeling, and financial status is more of kind of just getting everything to a point where we can really evaluate what we have. So when we look at the general fund revenues, our total revenues are projecting at this point to be $24,136,670. And some change, probably, I'm assuming. And that is obviously increased from prior years. That is mainly due to the fact that we increased the millage by close to equivalent of 1.5 million net revenue. And then also we have a significant grant that is related to the Kids Cove grant for 1.4 million. So if you take out what we would have increased with the millage and that grant, we would be trending close to consistent revenue projections to the year before, if not a small decline. So I don't want to take too much time really talking about taxes, because we've just spent a great deal of time talking about that, but I do feel it's necessary to say, and obviously you can see here, that it is our largest revenue source. We are also very limited by what we can levy as well. So here we are with close to 12 million in tax revenue, and again, that is up from prior years due to the millage increase. State shared revenue. That has been a topic recently in the state's budget. Obviously, there are increases there, but it is offset by our decline in population, which is a major factor of state shared revenue calculations. So we are trending to be slightly up, but more along the lines of consistent with years prior to that. And then payment in lieu of taxes is our next largest to property taxes, similar to property taxes. And what that really is obviously arrangements that we've made with other units of government, such as the BLP, and then our LIHTC or MISHTA projects, housing projects that have other agreed upon arrangements for payment in lieu of taxes. And that is a total of about $35,000 that we receive from those housing developments. There's 6 housing developments with those arrangements, and those total altogether $35,000. And other payment in lieu of tax arrangements include our enterprise funds, such as water, sewer, and then the wastewater treatment plant as well. Those are trending to be slightly increased from prior years, but only by a small amount. And if you would like to look at those details of those numbers, I'm going to direct you to page 42, I'm sorry. The details of those are there, and we've listed out those payment in lieu of taxes in the blue area just towards the bottom of the page, and the breakout, just for everyone to follow along, is the BLP revenue at 2.5 million, which is a small increase from this year, and that is due to the fact that there is some anticipated increase in their revenues due to increasing costs. And then below that is the water treatment plant. their payment in lieu of taxes, and then you see below that the housing development payment in lieu of taxes for $35,000, and then the water and sewer fund, which also pay into a payment in lieu of taxes because of their arrangement as an enterprise fund. I'm just going to take a moment for everyone just to take a peek at those and before we move on to other revenues here. So the three largest revenue sources, so taxes, state share revenue, and our payment in lieu of taxes, equate to just shy of 20 million, and we're at 19 million. Those revenues are generally unrestricted for purposes within the general fund. And I make that note because the next revenues that we go through are tied to very specific uses or are generated for very specific reasons. And those are our fees, our sales, and some of the other revenue. Those are generated from services that we provide. We charge a fee. The fees are there to cover the costs. And if there's a rare instance that it is making more than what that cost covers, it's a very rare instance, and that goes into just other purposes within the general fund. And then grants, which again this year we have 1.8 to 1.9 million, is covering some of very specific projects that have legal obligations to fulfill. So I note those two as having very specific instances or very specific uses within the general fund that we do have to make sure that we are covering our costs and within very specific limitations, being able to generate any additional revenue. And I want to say that because in the beginning of your budget book, there is the fee schedule. And the fee schedule is, the fees included in that schedule are determined based off of a break-even point or a cost recovery, cost covering point. And that is something we spend a great deal of time reviewing, and it is not taken lightly. So we do have to take some real considerations into that. And specific examples are in the permit process, inspections, things like that. While it does seem cumbersome or a little bit redundant for people to pay those, it is there to cover a cost and not necessarily to help us with revenue. This year, we really took some time to identify ways to maximize our revenue and be able to use that in the most efficient way as well. Before I move on to expenditures, Mayor Smith, did you want me to open it up to any questions for revenues at this point?
Sure, I think that would be a good natural breaking point. I think I'm just debating whether to go down the line, or maybe I'll just see if commissioners have questions, because not everyone may have a question or a comment. So I'll just, folks do. Commissioner Davis, yep.
And this is not something you discussed, but since you referred us to page 42, I noticed that there's, you kind of on your watch list, you have a restructure of lifeguarding could possibly save 98,000. That's both concerning and it's also kind of good food for thought. So could you talk a little bit more about what that might look like?
Certainly, and actually, if you, I'm going to actually recommend maybe we wait until a little bit later in the presentation. It's coming up in a couple of slides where we talk about some of the unbudgeted risks or concerns, and then also some other areas that we've identified as alternative, services that can be provided. And lifeguards, I do want to just touch on, while yes, it is on our watch list, that decision needs to be coming from more of an effectiveness or a service realignment versus a budget possibility. But it is something that when we look at making changes, that it was identified. But we'll get to that here shortly.
I'm good.
Any other questions on revenue?
I will add one closing point on that with regarding state shared revenue, and I mention it only because it's included on page 42. Part of our state shared revenue is committed to, or the commission, either this commission or previous commissions, has committed to making contributions to the Public Art Fund, which goes towards art installations and other necessary needs for arts. And then also to the library as a contribution for their operations, and that's about $40,000. So that is tied to state shared revenue, and we just kind of take it out of that because it is a general purpose that the commission and the city is free to do. And we can probably elaborate on that a little bit here later too. So moving on to expenditures within the general funds. We've kind of categorized some of these in various categories that we can really take a look at from an analysis and an analytical perspective. We talked quite extensively in the millage discussions about debt and pension contributions, and here we kind of laid those out here as well. So within the general fund, we've committed $3 million to debt payments. Those debt payments are for various issuances, and we will get into debt service, which is why we are lumping this in with general funds. But these are tied to capital improvements, other projects that were done. But this is really kind of our bottom debt service minimum amount that we have right now within the general fund. Going just down the line here, wages and salaries is obviously one of the largest expenditure categories here. What that says, though, is our biggest asset within the city are our people, and we do invest in that asset and continue to invest in that. This line item, though, does not include any increases to salaries, which we are currently in wage negotiations with about, I think, 4 of our bargaining units at this point. And there's that has not been, accounted for in here because this is where we are as of today. We have had conversations with those unions about our financial status at this point, and they are taking a vested interest in where our budget is. Right below that are payroll taxes and fringes, and that kind of goes with wages and salaries. We do just like to break that out for our own purposes. Things like benefits, health insurance. I do think retiree health care is in there, which is trending, creeping up to about $500,000 as well for our retiree health care, and then other necessary insurances that are required as well. Below that are pension contributions, and that includes defined benefit pension contributions as well as defined contribution pensions, if you want to call them pensions, retirement systems. So that is trending to be about $3.7 million here. Our defined benefit pension covers police and fire through Act 345 pension arrangements, and we do have, I believe, part of our public works pensions are defined benefit as well, and that is included here. And then other employees have defined contribution pension arrangements. I will provide, we've talked about police and fire pensions. I think we just heard their annual update not too long ago. It was trending to be quite optimistic. However, as we are heading into some tough economic times, there could potentially be some impacts to what I think their results are that they're seeing and investments that they're having. So there could be some increase in potentially pension obligations or contributions through the police and fire pension system. We don't know yet, but we are watchful for that. So we are starting to try and be conservative on some of our estimates there. And that goes for any pension system, really, whether it is our police and fire, our MERS, pensions as well. Supplies and services, this is where you will see a lot of that inflation come to play here. While we've tried to minimize the impact of inflation and increase in costs for contracts, and we've tried to offset that with either postponing or forgoing projects, this year, trying to limit what we are able to, are purchasing, this line item is where you will start to see some of that. And again, we don't have too much included in here that we feel that has a significant increase, but I think we will start trending throughout the year that might increase quite a bit. And because of where we are with our financial status, we are taking closer looks, closer monitoring on our budget throughout the year. And I think that when we start talking about quarterly reviews, having more of a conversation between city staff and the commission is going to be necessary.
Could you please detail just a little bit what's included in supplies and services? I mean, presumably things like the gasoline for the motor pool, or, but what other things might be in there?
It's everything from, it's gonna be everything from office supplies to utilities, and any other type of repair and maintenance outlays, stuff like that too.
By no means are office supplies nearing
No,
$4 million.
I'm
Let's just, that's just easy to think of when we talk about supplies. Some of those other, contract costs that we do have for some services are included in there. Things like, I think, uniforms, cleaning, maintenance, general operations are included in there. And just moving on to capital outlay, that 1.4 million, most of that is related to Kids Cove. And we will be talking on capital outlay, but it is very small within the general fund because there's not going to be much available for capital outlay. There are other items within there that are probably general maintenance or replacement within a capital outlay here, but not major. 1.4 of that will be going to Kids Cove. Our expenditures are $24,136,670. That number might sound familiar because expenditures are equal to revenue. And I guess maybe I should have made that point right off the bat. So what we have presented you here is actually what we are considering that balanced budget. Revenues are equaling expenditures, but it comes with quite a bit of instability and some uncertainty, which we will be getting into here right now. When we first started looking at the budget this year, it was not nearly as easy as I maybe am making it sound right now. To get to the point where we have presented essentially a balanced budget, it came with quite a bit of collaboration between our departments, a lot of analyzing what we are spending and really trying to find ways to curb and postpone some of our expenditures. It also came with some risk. So some of the unbudgeted risks and concerns that we do have is the fact that overtime is a significant portion or had been a significant portion of our budget. We have limited the overtime budget to a bare minimum that we feel somewhat comfortable, but obviously not confident on. This could change really quickly if we have a tough winter. This could change really quickly if we have some sort of, major issue with our infrastructure. This could change with potentially, a fire truck breaking down. This comes with a lot of risk, and to the tune right now about $120,000. And that is just what we had budgeted in previous years, and then we've gone off of trends. Again, this is one that is very volatile and that we are monitoring very closely within our departments. Now, when I say that we're limiting overtime, that does not mean that we're going to be scrimping on the major services that we have, such as snow plowing, public safety, things that make it just a safer day-to-day commute or day-to-day operations. But that does mean that there could potentially be delays in services if we are really closely monitoring some of our overtime. Another risky area is leave payouts for retirees. As of right now, based on the list of retirees that are eligible to retire within the city and that do have leave banks accumulating, the risk there is about $450,000. We have limited the amount of leave payouts in the budget to about $50,000, and that is based off of people that we know are retiring that have either verbally expressed it or have submitted paperwork, and we are working on a transition. This is also one that is a bit newer to the city and how we budgeted, because we previously paid leave payouts out of a reserve that we had accumulated over the years for other things, and that we just are not able to financially contribute to right now. So this one is also a little bit risky. However, it is one that we've I think mitigated to the best of our ability at this point. Any other retirees outside of the list that we are anticipating will just then have to be addressed in a budget amendment or by identifying funds in that department or in the general fund as we go. And that would come in the form of a quarterly review or a budget amendment. When I talk about some of the projects that we've postponed, the fire department has been looking to replace their radios for quite some time right now. They have sought out grant funding in the past, and were not successful, and continue to seek grant funding for this initiative. If there is no grant funding available, that risk would be $181,000. Now, I want to make it very clear, they have a system that is working, that they are operating safely, and they have been able to manage that for quite some time. However, this is a need that will eventually have to be met, and that will come to the tune of $181,000 and growing as we get into cost increases for these types of things. Some other things that aren't mentioned on here that we have postponed are some of the studies that we would like to do for, seeking out consolidating fire stations into a larger fire station with a new facility, and putting off some other projects that would typically take some consultants for. So we have postponed those as well. They're just not included here because they're not a risk at this point. Moving into subsidies that we've kind of tried to mitigate and delay, Lakeview Arena operational subsidy is one of them. Right now, the general fund does cover debt and TELP payments for Lakeview Arena, and that is not into consideration when we talk about an operational subsidy. At this point, the operational subsidy is nearing $244,000. And last year, comparing last year and the year before that is a little bit difficult because of the impact that COVID had on operations within the facility. However, also talking about COVID, that has kind of exacerbated this need for a subsidy as well, because events have dropped off. User groups have kind of curbed their own facilities or operations as well, and then people are just not necessarily going into additional costs like hockey or ice skating or things like that you typically use the Lakeview Arena for. TELP is going to be tax exempt lease payments, and that is the improvements that are lumped into the JCI project. That in Lakeview Arena, that is for your compressors, for the ice, I believe lighting improvements as well, and more of your energy efficiency and green initiatives for these buildings. And that went. When we start talking about some of the green initiatives that we would like to be pursuing, those do come with costs. And we were fortunate enough to do that at a time for some of these building improvements. We were fortunate to do that at a time where it was a lower impact and that there was a financing mechanism there, which is more of this TELP or this tax exempt lease payment or lease program, yeah. When we talk about Lakeview Arena and that need for that subsidy, obviously it is an easy knee-jerk reaction to try and fix it overnight. The changes that need to occur for the operations within Lakeview Arena have to be done very carefully, and we recognize that as staff and at the department, and community services has been looking into immediate increases in revenues and really evaluating operations and expenditures. But the long-term solutions are what we need to start seeking out and really considering. And that would, as we hear, involve community input and a process for that. So this year, what we are really trying to do is, fill that gap, stabilize, and really talk about what the future is going to be for that. $244,000 at this point cannot be spread out of the existing user groups. That's just not feasible for these user groups. And there's about, 12 user groups that use the ice. There's a handful that use the dry floor, and then also some of those events that come in are a handful. And that list of events are kind of shrinking. And that is economic times, that is the availability of other facilities, and we'll get to that in their budget. But when we talk about what we can do for Lakeview Arena, an overnight decision just isn't possible, and shutting it down is just not an option. That will cost more at this point. The other subsidy that we do consistently is the street fund subsidy, and that generally covers capital outlay activities. And we'll get into street funds this afternoon, but the money that is generated from the state for street funds is obviously not sufficient to cover capital outlay and heavy maintenance on those roads. So general fund is typically the mechanism to pay for that. And we do already cover debt payments, quite a bit of debt payments for the street funds, which you saw as that $3 million in there. So the $166,000 is a little bit more in there for capital outlay. So those are some unbudgeted risks and concerns. And when we talk about that, we really talk about a long-term solution. And when you look at a long-term solution, you need to look at a long-term forecast. Last year, we talked about doing multi-year budgeting. Because of where we are with our financial status, long-term budgeting was going to be difficult because decisions will need to be made. So what we had performed this year is more of a long-term outlook. And I do have printed copies of this because it is hard to look up here. So, and I think that's proving a point. We don't just go out 2 years, 3 years. We're looking at more 10 years and beyond. And in this practice, we are able to budget conservatively year after year if everything kind of held stable. Obviously, we are not a city that just holds still and does nothing while we catch our breath. We do need to continue to develop as well, and that is something we are well accustomed to do, even in financially difficult times. But what we see here and what this has shown us is we are looking at a 5-year positive outlook here. It will take us 5 years to be, I don't want to say profitable, but putting into our fund balance if everything else kind of held steady. And again, we budgeted conservative, so very conservative increase in revenues, very conservative increase in expenditures, and really trying to put into capital outlay every year as well, not in the form of bonding. So 5 years is that light at the end of the tunnel if we just kind of held still. But we know we are taking measures to develop, to get more revenue, and to really try to explore creative funding sources for our expenditures. But this is really looking at when do debt payments come off, and when do we start seeing relief from some of the brownfield tax captures. And 5 years is where we're starting to focus on, and that is because we are going to have some significant debt retire. So I will be handing these out to the commission when we start looking, but I just wanted to touch on the point that 5 years is really where we are aiming to get to, but knowing that we are going to try and shorten that time frame significantly over the years. So because of the long-term outlook, careful consideration is taken for debt service, and that's actually kind of a great segue into some of our debt service funds here. If you want to, I would probably suggest maybe turning to page 111, just to get to debt service.
111?
111. Okay. You don't hit the jackpot on this one, unfortunately. Unfortunately. All right, so in summary, the city has 12 debt service funds. Essentially, one for each issuance. So that's going to be on the quiz later. No, I'm just kidding. 12 funds. As we go through them, and obviously they are in consecutive order here, but the first one is just in the listing here. I don't expect anybody to be turning pages at this point. Just in listing here, we do have the 2006 SRF loan, which is for High Street, and that is covering water, sewer, utilities, in replacement and infrastructure improvements there. Capital improvement bonds. There are 10, and as you can see, it's a trend. Each year, there had been an issuance of bonds for each year of capital improvements. And that has been a common practice that has been followed. The amount of debt that has been retired was typically reissued in the form of a bond and performing some of these capital improvements. And obviously there was a significant one in the years prior. When we talk about some of the needs we had last year and are completing this year. This is something that you're actually going to see kind of start ceasing as we take a break from bonding. And again, we'll touch on capital outlay here shortly, but I know that there's questions coming. And then there's Michigan transportation bonds, which again are some infrastructure bonds for transportation. And then library improvement bonds, which do get listed in the city, debt service funds and debt. But those library improvement bonds are tied to tax levy that the library has for debt specifically. But that does get counted within our systems. The budgets for these individual funds, for these 12 funds, are covering the transfers in from the related funds. So that would be general fund, street funds, some of your utility funds if there is a utility component to that. And that is a transfer into these funds. And then the recorded debt payments for principal and interest are in here as well. And so we do not plan to go through these individually. Just because it's the general nature, it is dictated by and determined by amortization schedules and tables and debt tables. Debt service funds are also a requirement to disclose for budget reasons and are a heavy component into our audit report as well. What might be more impactful versus going through each fund is actually this table right here. When we look at a debt service timeline. And we can certainly share that. I don't think I did. I don't know if it's in that one, is it? If it's no. We will certainly share this with the commission as well. But here, what we are seeing is, laid out from 2023 to about, I think, 2038, I'm sorry. And this is where we talked about where some of that debt starts falling off. You have some that is falling off within 2025. Many of these bonds, by the way, are refunds, sometimes upon refunds. And I think that's what we're starting to see here. So that means you are seeking out a better arrangement for your debt issuance, which saves the city money year after year as well. So we're looking here at one of the bond issuances falling off here in 2025 that will kind of increase some money that would stay within the general fund or related funds for this matter, and that's about $350,000. And then you can start seeing that timeline go to 2027, where you're going to see some more coming off to the tune of about close to $500,000. And then if you kind of progress on year after that, you kind of start having some really significant ones coming off. And in 2029 is where you're going to see $1 million of that debt really starting to retire and release. That is a really huge impact on our budget. And that, though, is saying we're not issuing any more significant bonds, which we understand there could be a need to do that. Some of those things that I'm thinking of is if Lake Superior decides to make an appearance on our roads again somehow, some infrastructure needs could potentially be a risk as well. And that is something we cannot necessarily anticipate, but we try to mitigate through our infrastructure improvements and maintenance year after year. So, and then just following through on the rest of this, just for purposes of visualization here, you move on to $1 million every year after that. And obviously ending here in closer into the 2030s. I will share this with the commission as well and make this available for just public viewing on that. Again, getting a management of our debt is an important part of becoming financially stable and remaining financially stable. Before we, yep, yes.
That's really helpful, by the way. So there's no value in considering these cumulatively because each one has to be paid. So MasterCard has to be paid, Visa has to be paid, and American Express has to be paid. And there's nothing, there's no, there's no partial payments either, right? Like this,
Correct.
yeah, so we have to pay, we took these obligations on, we have to pay them, we've renegotiated. I think it would be helpful to maybe understand a little bit more about renegotiation and how that's impacted us. And but is there a way to then, once one comes off, that money can then just go to the other and make it go down faster?
That snowball?
Yeah,
So-
exactly.
So that has actually been, actually Mayor Pro Tem had a very bold method of trying to just pay down as much debt as possible. That is something that is obviously considered every year when we look at that, but to be honest, and there's no other way of putting it, we have too much debt to make a difference by paying off another issuance necessarily. When we get to some of the closer ones where you do start seeing 1 year, 2 year, 3 year, potentially, but we don't, we want to avoid a cash flow issue then when it's not necessarily a big enough benefit. But that is certainly something that if it were an option or viable or, would make a big impact, that we would certainly take advantage of that. But typically we see more advantages in refunding with a lower interest rate.
I think it's. And we try and do that at a time that we already are issuing because there's a cost component too when you refinance. So to try, if we're doing an issuance and we can refund, we can take that cost that we're paying for the administrative side of it and bond counsel and roll it all into one rather than putting that cost into a refunding. So.
And I think it's important to look at the long-term outlook, and when Karen says in 2025 we'll be in a much better financial position, the release of these funds is contributing to the balancing of the budget in those years and improving our financial position. So, I mean, I guess theoretically we could apply it directly to payments, but we also need to consider the general operations of the city.
Right, and I think there's a fundamental where actually having, because as a matter of principle, when you're dealing in multi-million-dollar investments in our community, having a little bit of debt and paying it off over time rather than otherwise we're not investing back in the community at the level that we require, particularly should we have a large event. We spent millions of dollars on 1 mile of road, and we're paying that off over time rather than, although it took a big chunk out of our other abilities to spend. But it's not that I think with government, that not all debt is bad because it means that we're investing back in the community.
Yes, and where we are right now, it is not possible to pay these with cash, some of these improvements, and some of these improvements are quite costly. So taking advantage of either low interest rates, that is something we would have typically done. Other communities are doing that as well, but we want to get to a point where we are planning for capital by stashing away and reserving funds to pay cash for. However, we also know that there are sometimes a long list of improvements that need to be done that we just don't have the cash viable for that. Debt is obligated through taxes. That is something that they see and that they analyze based off of your revenue coming in, your debts that you do have currently out, the debt that you are seeking. How are you able to obligated and able to pay that? So they do look at your tax revenue that comes in and really kind of take that first obligation should be coming, obviously from taxes, and that's one of the first things you should be paying, and that's what they require. There are other ways to fund debt. When we see through our utility funds, those are backed by our utility rates and utility revenue because they don't have taxes. So that is something that you do see with utility funds. They are obligating your revenue that comes in from rates into that. And then in the library's instance, the library debt is tied to a debt levy That unlimited debt levy as well? So every year, there is a reassessment on that debt levy. And we are not in this financial position, but that is risky for communities to take on, especially when you are heading into a recession. That is not a risk that I'm identifying right now, but I just want to make that a point that when we start talking about funding capital improvements through debt levies, that is something that is very risky for our community because that millage rate changes every year based off of the tax rate that you do have and what it is generating. So as your taxable value goes up, that obligation and that payment should be going down because you're having more tax revenue to cover that issuance. It's not something we're recommending the city take on.
Karen, I'm wondering if this might be a natural breaking point or not, just for the commission. I think Commissioner Hill, you brought up some good questions, but I want to make sure that all commissioners have a chance to dive deeper than a clarifying question.
Yes.
Make it fair to
And
all.
because this is so closely tied to the general fund, I also, we did not go through department by department through the general fund because there hasn't been significant changes because we aren't doing any additional programs or revenue at this point. And there hasn't been major changes in programs here. So I do want to also be able to answer those questions while we're still talking about the general fund.
Is now a good time, or do you have a couple more
Now
slides? It's up to you. I
No,
mean-
this is a great time, actually.
Okay.
Next is internal service funds, which is a separate conversation.
Sure. Maybe I'll give an opportunity to go down the line, but if you have nothing, feel free to, opt out. We'll start with Commissioner Bonzo and just roll here.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I apologize, but my question, I think, is going to jump back a little bit to the revenue side of the equation. So I am curious whether, we have seen certainly the sale prices of homes in Marquette have increased substantially over the last couple of years. And I am curious whether we have done any kind of projection to think about how that might impact taxable values and property tax revenue in the city, independent of any millage increase that we approved. And if sales volume has potentially increased as well, in line with the sale price. So I'm just curious if we've thought about that.
Really great question. And typically we do spend quite a bit of time on talking about property taxes and the limitations and the changes from year after year. I did not include that in this presentation, mostly because we just had that conversation, but it's still a relevant and changing topic. So as a reminder, property taxable values are limited on how much they can increase every single year. And that is obviously due to, state law and, typically we refer to it as Headley and Prop A. So how we start seeing some of those increases are with the new developments or with home sales. So we are starting to see a trend in steadying and maybe even slowing of home sales just because of the market that we're heading into right now. However, Marquette is really unique in the sense that, yes, there have been high volumes of sales across the country, but Marquette just seems to stay consistently stable. When there was the housing market crash, you guys were pretty isolated and pretty much really, buffered on a burden there that other communities, typically would have seen and had experienced close to 2008 to 2013 by the time that it hit into property values. So when we're talking about home prices and home sales right now, there has to be a major amount of turnover in order for that uncapping of taxable value to happen. And when we talk about 20 sales, 30 sales, that doesn't necessarily have a significant impact from homes side. When we look at development, we're looking at major housing developments. That is a very big increase. However, that comes with a question of, okay, is that generating enough revenue in order to cover the infrastructure that we put in there, the services we have to provide for those residents? And that is something that is considered and analyzed. But that does help us with our taxable revenue. Other things are commercial buildings. That is a major impact on us, and some of those tribunals that do come with, and some of those buildings, whether they're vacant or not, that is also a negative impact on us. So when we talk about property taxes, that is our biggest revenue source. There is room for development there. It just needs to be to the scale that would really help us out. Does that kind of answer the question?
No, that answers the question brilliantly. I mean, I just think, I've had several residents ask, well, I understand that the city had to do the millage rate and some cuts the last year, but, shouldn't we be seeing a bunch of new revenue coming in from all these home sales? And, I think every neighborhood in town probably has some anecdote about, oh yeah, that a really nice house on the corner just sold for $600,000. But when there's only a few dozen sales every year, it's going to have a relatively small budgetary impact. That makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
I was just curious whether sales volume had increased substantially, but it sounds like not so much.
Not something that would significantly impact us. And then also one point on that is when you have high number of sales, high number of turnover, changes in values, that also impacts the millage reduction fraction for us as well. So again, we talk about getting hit from both ends, from limited increase in growth and then obviously reduction through your Headley and Prop A initiatives that really kind of limit us quite significantly. So while growth is great, it also puts into a factor that says, okay, not so much, you can't make that much revenue. Mm-hmm. But that is something that would be worked into our public education piece, our presentation as well, to talk about that, because that is a common question. While we're on the topic of housing, I do want to note that our projection for our long-term forecast kind of stays with modest increases in taxable revenue. That doesn't account for the fact that right now, if all of the housing developments that have been proposed take off and are completed within the 5 years that we're anticipating them to be completed, we'd have close to 700 units of housing added to our community, fulfilling a need, but then also helping us with our taxable value. That would include if the old hospital redevelopment project comes through. And that also, I will just put the caveat as well, it does have some factor of other housing development over in the Forestville area, if that is also approved. So.
Commissioner Bonzo, did you have anything else? Okay, Commissioner Davis, sorry.
I can be real quick. I just really appreciate the format and the information that was provided. I appreciate the thought process that went into what do we need to hear in order to truly understand what's going on with the budget. And so thank you so much for the presentation. And, I also very much appreciate that it's always a fluid thing, and there's a lot of work that has to go in through it throughout the year. You didn't mention the ARPA funds that are available to us, and a quick question about that, and I'm assuming it isn't included in the budget. It would be something that we need to consider later.
Oh. Commissioner Davis, that's an excellent question, and I apologize. That's not as exciting as I wanted it to be. The ARPA funds that we received to the tune of $2 million, while $2 million is a very significant amount, and we are incredibly grateful for that money, it was needed for the fire truck earlier this year that the commission had decided, and then also the remainder of that will be needed to fill the revenue loss that had occurred this year. So that actually helped us to get to a point for fiscal year 22 this year, because it did come within this year, that actually gets us to a projection of where we thought we were going to be using $1.4 million of fund balance. That would help us get to a use of fund balance at $355,000. That has not come before the commission just yet. That is something that we are anticipating needing for revenue loss, and that was kind of a discussion point earlier in this year. That is very much necessary to get us stable.
You're right, that's not as exciting as I wanted
Not as
it to be.
exciting.
But obviously very necessary. Thank you, that's all my questions.
And just for reference point, $2 million does not even reconstruct a mile of our roads. I'd be really stretched to get it to a block of our roads as well. Yes.
Commissioner Hanley? Speaking of roads.
Yes.
So looking at the fact that you're being very conservative, are there any roads planned for this budget for capital improvements. Are there anything that we'd be working on in the city at this point with this budget?
Yes, well, we're going to touch on that in capital outlay, but I do want to touch on that right now because you are asking this. So when we do capital improvement projections and planning, we still continue to identify needs and roads that have significant needs for reconstruction. And we do use the PASER ratings to determine what we do need. This year, unfortunately, because of the financial status that we are in, we are looking more at more along the lines of heavy maintenance to preserve the conditions of the roads so that they do not further deteriorate and cost more for reconstruction. There are some roads that I have heard almost on a daily basis that do need reconstruction. That would require us at this point to bond, and we are not able to do that in the financial condition that we are in. We are postponing major reconstruction on many of our roads, and we'll be doing heavy maintenance within our SIMP, which are street improvements plan this year.
Okay.
That obviously is still a decision to the commission, and that is something that you can certainly request or make a decision on. But when we look at how we can benefit the city as a whole, we are looking more at the heavy maintenance at this point to kind of postpone some of the major improvements.
Perfect. And then I do want to touch on Lakeview just a little bit,
Yes.
if we could. Looking at all this stuff, when you say that we did the TELP for the $299, does that include what we also transferred in, or is that on top of what we transferred in from the general fund?
Page are you on?
Oh, sorry, I'm on page 170 or 138. I think. Yep. Like it says, additional revenue support from general fund or other sources for projected was 174, requested is 244, but then it also says transferring from general fund. So I'm wondering, are those the same? Are they different?
They are different. So the debt payments and the TELP payment is covered by the general fund and is included in the general fund budget right now.
Okay.
The $244,000 for a subsidy for operations is not included in the general fund budget at this moment. They do have fund balance that can cover a significant portion of their of that amount, but that would zero out the Lakeview Arena reserves, and we'll have risks to doing that. Now, we didn't include it in the general fund as a discussion point because you do need to take into consideration the entire general fund budget and also the Lakeview Arena budget as well. And if there are changes that you're going to be requesting or suggesting, then we would be taking that into account.
That actually answered one of my questions. It zeroes out the reserves. That's important to know that they have a reserve that, okay.
Okay.
I'm feeling
They
better
do
about
have a
that,
reserve,
actually.
yes.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I didn't mean
No.
to interrupt. That was
No.
kind of a big
What page was that again?
138.
Thank you.
And we will cover the Lakeview Arena budget in the afternoon session as well.
Okay, then I will leave the massive amount of questions that I have for that. I'm good.
I am looking forward to those.
No other questions? No, we're good. Okay. Pro Tem Mayor?
Thank you. This is, I don't know, I really like the format that we're doing this and the way that we're covering these topics right now. The sheet you had that had kind of that timeline for the debt service payments, does that have our current outstanding balance on each of the bonds on it? I honestly can't read that, but.
It may not have the current outstanding amount necessarily there. If you start on page 7 in your budget book, there is a summary page for your debt schedules, and then it does break it down into some of your more detailed ones that are connected to brownfields, that are connected to capital, things like that.
Okay, thank you. I'll probably have more thoughts on this later, but without that, I don't have them just yet.
Commissioner Hill?
Thank you. Yeah, again, echo that this format's really, really helpful. In addition to the ARPA funds, the IRA was just passed with a lot of potential funding, and there's the funding potentially to come in December from the state. What is knowing that these are new or are not even identified yet, what would be the proposed timeline that that information might come to us? Do you have a sense of that right now?
And are you referring to the infrastructure funds that kind of have been discussed and identified?
Yeah.
So we have met, we had a very helpful presentation from the infrastructure office at the state when the chief infrastructure officer did visit Marquette and in the Upper Peninsula and really had some great insight. The challenges with that, and I'm going to be completely honest, from our understanding of the funds that will be available and are going to be essentially offered to communities, my understanding is the projects that they are seeking are much larger than what projects we have within the county, within the Upper Peninsula. So it is going to be a challenge to qualify for some of those programs. That being said, though, that makes it very apparent that we need to be working together with a regional approach and taking this on, as several communities together. So when we talk about a timeline, we don't have necessarily a timeline for that. We just don't even understand right now how we can qualify for some of those projects. And some of those projects that they're identifying when we talk about infrastructure, roads, their capital needs in this community, the minimum project is $50 million. While we can compile all of our projects together, I don't think every single mile of road within the city of Marquette is going to be considered as one project. So it's something that we will certainly be fighting for, and we can maximize, if we can maximize our funds, that is what we would like to do. But that our $2 million can't go very far, and it's actually now down to $1 million, can't necessarily go very far, and won't even qualify from our very, very high level brief introduction to the infrastructure funding that they're looking at.
Yeah, that's really helpful. Unfortunately, clarifying, maybe bracing, maybe the other word, but yeah, thank you. That's all questions.
It is really heightening the issues with rural communities, and with working with rural development, I think that we can come to some sort of solution, but it's going to take some time.
Commissioner Stonehouse?
Well, thank you, Your Honor. I don't have anything specific to what you've said, but I would make an offering, or rather a suggestion, is that as we move forward, we'll be getting into the brownfields. And I think it was very helpful when we had the notional payoff sheet for the brownfields that were in play. And in looking at the book, I haven't seen anything that approximates that. So I would, while I fully understand that it's not part of the budget as such, when the individual brownfields will pay back and we can begin to realize income to the city general fund, it certainly would be useful for us, I think, to have that in front of us, just to get a feeling for, again, where we are as we move down the process. Nothing further, Your Honor.
And Commissioner Stonehouse, that's included in the component units in the afternoon. So we do have the familiar table that shows the obligations under the TIFs and the projected paybacks with those.
Well, thank you for thinking faster than I do.
Related, I'm wondering if this is a printout we could print off in between and have for the afternoon as well.
Yes, we will do
It'd
that.
be easier to look at.
Yes, we will absolutely do that.
Perfect, thank you. I think if everyone is gone, I had a couple of, I guess I'll just, things that maybe we'll circle back to later. I'm interested in going back to that page that lists the overtime, the retiree payouts, and how that all, those risks fit into. I love that you have a zeroed out budget, but if there are pieces of this that make sense to pull back in, or I guess if it doesn't matter because we just have to make a budget modification at some point in the year, if say we need overtime. So I don't know that needs to be discussed now, but maybe we can revisit that as we wrap up, because inevitably part of something is going to change. It might not be something listed here. It could be this and something else. And I just want to make sure we're prepared for what that looks like.
Yes, and so typically in our budget presentation, we spend a great deal of time on talking about fund balance. I feel like we have done that exhaustively over the past few months, but it is still very relevant. And when we talk about fund balance, what we're trying to do with minimizing our risks here and really trying to be cognizant of them is preserving our fund balance. Our fund balance is going to be there in the tough economic times that we are forecasting right now. We're really concerned with I would say the looming conversations about recession, cost increases that we do have, that fund balance is there for some of that cushion. However, it's not meant to be dependent for operations. And many of these things are really still considered operational. So while we certainly have fund balance, that is a commission decision to be spending it on something like this, which we would be considering operations. One thing that hasn't been included on here, but we did mention it, is the fact that we are currently in wage negotiations with several bargaining units, and that is not included in here, just because that is something that we've communicated, but it is also very sensitive in nature, and we don't have a number associated with that as a risk. So I want to make that point. But going back to your point on this, is there is room in our reserves for emergencies, and that's what we would be trying to preserve that for.
For example, a large winter storm
Yes.
season.
Yes.
That does push us into
Yes.
overtime that that we can predict could happen, but isn't going to happen every year, and that's always tough, right?
Yes. And while we present essentially a balanced budget, there are changes that we are anticipating, tough decisions I think we've alluded to, that needs to be made in the future, and can be done in a knee-jerk reaction this year. But because of the ties that we do have with the community and the organizations that would be impacting, we feel it is in the best interest to ease into those and really take this year to consider those, present those to the commission, and prepare those organizations for potentially changes. And some of those changes are included in this year's budget, but that is, we have the ability to ease into that because of where we are standing right now,
Thank you.
if that makes sense.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll probably bring this slide or these thoughts up as we wrap up if questions haven't been addressed. But as I mentioned, Commissioner Hanley asked one that actually resolved one of my questions. So I'll just kind of wait and see. I'm just sitting back. I like the format, but even more, I love this team and the department heads and the staff that we have. This is a difficult few years to get through, and I can't imagine a better team to get us through it. So that's what I'm reflecting on as I sit here. Like, this is really hard, but thank goodness we've got the right people at the table to be able to get us through it. So thank you. We're going to get there.
We are going to get there. That is the most important point in today. It's easy to fall into a doom and gloom. It is easy to fall into focusing on the fact that it is hard. But what this city does best is collaborate and get creative and do more with less. And so this does not mean by any means we are going to be stagnant. We will continue to progress, but it's going to take a team effort to get there.
And I feel like that could happen with any group, but I feel like with this group, we're going to get there and be so ready to take on what's next. I'm kind of jealous of those next commissions that are going to be able to have those resources to make some big moves. But at the same time, sometimes diamonds are formed under pressure, right? You have to get more creative and collaborate more and work with what resources we have. So.
Well said. Very well said. Thank you.
Okay, so that's what I had. I think we can keep rolling here for about, another hour or so, hour and 15, until we break for lunch at 11:30, so.
Yes. So we've covered general fund, we've covered debt service and how that impacts the general fund and other funds. And now we're going to move into internal service funds. And one thing that was a really great graphic that just didn't make the cut for the slides was looking at how all of our funds are connected and how they impact each other is really kind of more of a spider web approach or visualization. And the fact that everything is connected, it impacts something. So when we start tugging on the strings of a fund, such as internal service funds, it really does start having a trickle-down effect into other funds, and vice versa. So whatever we do in the general fund has impact on the internal service funds and in other funds. So it's something to keep in mind, and I may continue to reference that as we go on, especially as we move through internal service funds. Internal service funds, we have 4 of them that are classified as internal service funds. These really are designed to, allocate costs, take on those costs and really allocate them out to other funds and activities throughout the city. A lot of that comes into the general fund because that is one of our most significant and largest funds. Those cost allocations are really based on administrative, operational, and planning needs through replacements for each fund. These funds are essentially almost internal businesses within the city, and they're intended to be self-supporting. So they're charging a fee to ourselves, essentially, in order to be able to fund and cover some of those costs. And if you would like to look at the budget book and follow along, it's on starting on page 141.
That's what I was going to ask, so
Sorry.
thank you.
Yeah.
You hear us whispering up here trying to figure it out.
It's either whispering or page turning. Beautiful sounds in budget season, right? So these funds, just to run down the list, are IT or technology services, motor vehicle equipment, municipal service center, and energy enhancements. And again, we can just kind of run through some of these these funds as we go. So within technology fund, that covers IT staff, but that also covers some of the software that is used around the city, and it is very much a necessary need and something that is incredibly important for safety and security within the city. And that is something that every fund pays into, because every single fund and every single operation uses technology. So an important point there. Looking at motor vehicle equipment, this is also a really tough but interesting fund. This is essentially looking at motor pool and the needs that they serve for us, and they cover things such. Sorry, that was out of order. Just so you all know, if you're looking at motor vehicle, it's going to be 147. That covers taking care of our city fleet and really being able to preserve the conditions of our vehicles and equipment. That is the regular maintenance. That is the value that is added by having this internally as well, and the need that we have as the community in the city of Marquette. We don't have many options. When something breaks down, it gets fixed in-house. And it is something that every single fund and every single operation should be paying their fair share into this. This is also how we are able to purchase new vehicles as well. So along with being able to cover current year costs, it does take into consideration future years and does have some contribution into purchases of equipment. When we look at this, not much has changed as well here. We're not doing some fun and fancy things. We are paying for necessities at this point. And I believe the vehicles for this year that we would be looking at are really only limited to, I think, patrol vehicles. Mm-hmm. This is where you would have seen a new fire truck be purchased out of with accumulating funds. So when the importance of having multi-year, and obviously it's a requirement too, but multi-year planning for capital and equipment needs, that is why you start looking at the balances that you have within these funds, and the needs to preserve that balance is for future capital needs and future equipment. Plow trucks are not cheap. Excavators are not cheap. Municipal tractors are not cheap, and fire trucks continue to get more expensive, especially if they're red. Next on my list, but it's actually the page prior to motor vehicles, Municipal Service Center. This is where everything kind of happens when we talk about DPW, community development, engineering, things like that. So this center is used by more than just those departments. We do use that frequently, and so we do pay a rent or a fee for that. Each individual department also pays a rent for that. That actually helps continue the operations of that building and the needs and maintenance for that building as well. So that is included in here. Again, not much changes with this one, unfortunately, because there's just not much that's increase that we can do. And this is just really kind of operations. Not a lot of volatility here. And then lastly, yeah.
Snowplow or enhancing bicycle facilities, things that would help pedestrian and walking and things like that. Is that going to be in this service center fund, or is that going to be in one of the components that we're going to get to later?
I think we'll probably touch on that in capital outlay, and in some of our other funds, such as local streets is one that is common to cover sidewalks, major streets, if it, and things like that. But our street funds typically are covering those sidewalk improvements and things like that.
Okay. So then I guess I don't quite understand this. This is just the operating of the building itself? It's that expensive? I guess, that's okay. It just, I just didn't know. So is that what we're saying?
So
It's a big building, it's 66,000 square feet.
Yep, so when you look into that, it's similar to almost a city hall as well. While most of the public interaction generally happens within City Hall because we have elections, we have city commission meetings, things like that. There are also operations that happen within the service center as well. So when we talk about how each department here at City Hall pays rent into the maintenance and operations of the building, that also is a component here as well. And that's when you look at the budget for the municipal service fund, which is on page 145, you see rent coming in, a little bit of interest, sure, but rent's coming in, some of, if you have any other, there's no sales of fixed asset necessarily, but some of those things that you typically see that other departments are paying into cover the costs for utilities, water, sewer, electric, heat, things like that, and then your some of the costs that are associated with the employees that are in there that kind of maintain that building or go into maintaining that building. Depreciation, that is, you are absolutely right. Depreciation, which is a hard concept to really understand too, and to really budget for, is included in there, and that's one of the most significant costs at $900,000. It's an asset that we depreciate.
The building itself, because of the way that it was funded and structured, right? Because the way it came about, is that?
It is a newer building. Some of your older building, what's the life of a building?
It's going to be, that was based on the same term as the bonds. So
Okay.
it's gonna be 20 years.
So this asset that is relatively new, right? We have a life assigned, expectancy assigned to it as 20 years. And so it gets depreciated. The building value that it is gets depreciated over 20 years and needs to be accounted for here. While it's not a cash out, it is something in accounting that needs to be covered by a revenue. Some of our buildings are older than that, and they don't have depreciation. So you might not see that for every single building or facility that we do have.
Because it was bonded, or just?
It is tied to the bonds as well. And the bonds are not necessarily paid out of here per se, because it is a general obligation and there's no necessarily revenue tied to this. But it's an asset. We have assets as well. Our vehicles are also depreciated, which I don't know how well reflected that is within the motor pool fund, but it is something that's included there. And I'm trying to think of how to explain this as well. Depreciation is part of our other assets, which is in motor pool.
Right.
But it's the way of accounting for the business type funds, thank you, and an operation of that. Because internal service funds are almost internal businesses.
Right. Okay, so it's just, at some point, we might have to replace the building, or the idea of maintenance and keeping it up. Depreciation gives you a place to hold, like, I guess, categorically, what is it holding that has value to?
I know. This is not
Isn't it
typically
like
something we
helping
cover.
account for the fact that the building isn't worth as much as it used to be, basically? Like if you were to sell it today?
Building and all the assets inside it.
Okay, so maybe just, it's capital,
Right?
and it's
Yeah.
not operational, so we don't have to, so it doesn't really impact operations. I mean, if it's capital, it sort of sits over in another bucket and we don't have to, it's not like we have to pay for it every year. It's not operational. Okay,
Correct.
Enough. That's enough.
And it's a high dollar amount. It's a pretty aggressive depreciation or useful life. And that's only because we kept the depreciable or the useful life in line with the terms of the bonds that were issued to build it. So yes, it's a very aggressive timeline. In reality, I think most buildings are going to be more like 30 to 40.
Well,
So-
50 or 60 is what in
Right.
the energy world that I live in, I mean, my house is 50 years old, it's not.
Real world useful life versus accounting useful life are very different. So,
Okay.
again, yeah, but that is a concept that's going to be exclusive to things like the internal service funds and the
Utility
enterprise funds.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's why you don't see it in the general fund for, let's say, like City Hall.
Pro Tem, did you have a clarifying question?
Yeah, I would just add with that, I mean, obviously, the money, I understand the accounting principles of using depreciation. Our revenues, though, that difference that actually is accounted for in the depreciation, what are we doing with all those funds? Because they don't just disappear.
Right. So in the budget sheet, you're going to see that there's about $540,000 in rents. That's covering the operational costs.
And that's
Under-
our department heads renting the space.
Yep, that's from the general funds and the special revenue funds. Excuse me, enterprise funds.
Okay.
There's another line item that shows the use of fund balance, which is coincidentally very close to depreciation. Because it's a balance sheet transaction, when we recognize depreciation, we draw down the assets on the balance sheet. So we're reflecting that up in the revenues. So on page, 145, truly the rents are $550,000. That's covering all of the utilities, services, maintenance at that building. Then there's a fund balance component and the depreciation component. It's the only way that I can show on a budget how the balance sheet is being impacted by operational expense.
So essentially, the depreciation, you're just carrying it forward to pay for the following years of services.
Yeah, the other departments are not paying into that.
Correct.
It's-
Okay,
Very good.
thank you.
Okay.
That balance sheet transaction is the best way to have described that. So good job. And good thinking on that. The last internal service fund is the energy enhancements, and this is really to account for that project that covered energy efficiencies and was the improvements that really also are tied to when we talk about our tax exempt lease program that we are involved in as well. And so again, these are various funds that have, or various, facilities that have received benefits for these funds or have received improvements through this program. This is where it is also accounted for. And so you will also see some of that depreciation concept in there as well, along with payments for actual lease arrangement that was part of that project. Again, an internal business account that charges other funds in order to cover those costs.
But isn't there a point where it's going to start paying us back?
So my understanding is, and that can be, more in-depth conversation as well in the future too, is my understanding is that that project is there to have energy savings, and the guarantee is based off of the energy that we are saving, not necessarily the money that we are saving. A component of the cost savings there takes into consideration the cost avoidance that we would have done, the replacements we would have had to have made throughout those years, and we did it all in almost 1 year or one project. So again, it's assumptions that were projected for the cost component part of it should hopefully be seen through other reductions through the energy savings. Unfortunately, though, some things that are working against us is the restructuring of our rates for utilities. We made certain decisions in order to have a more positive impact on the financial part of it. Were then kind of counteracted through rate restructuring through utilities, such as our power companies. So, let's just through BLP as well. And the other part is there weren't some significant rate increases that were projected as part of that savings. Those did not occur yet. However, we're coming to a point where we are probably going to see some major increases due to the cost of natural gas that is a component of the BLP's power supply.
At this time?
At this time.
It can change.
It can change, and
One would hope that it would as we move forward in discussing how
It
we
doesn't
address
sound like
it.
a clarifying question, Commissioner Hill.
I do want I do want to note that this fund, while that it does account for that, is meeting some of the strategic goals that the commission has really has tasked us with looking at, and that is identifying energy savings and climate actions plans. So.
I do have a clarifying question.
Yes.
Would you mind to walk us through this sheet and what it means?
Absolutely.
Page 149.
So what you see on page 149 is the TELP payment schedule that is broken out by the various funds, and that is based off of an allocation that was done, I think, at the inception of this project, and is based off of various components that unfortunately I do not have the detail for, and that Mary and I are actually working through kind of understanding that so we can better explain that to the various boards that have questions on that. But this is essentially what would have been identified as their share of that project.
And this would be, so I see general fund TP, what's TP?
Tourist Park.
Thank you. Market area wastewater treatment facility, F? Water, sewer, marinas, arena means Lakeview Arena.
Lakeview Arena, yeah.
So we're all on the same page.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
And you can see that those payments kind of just differ year to year. And I'm not entirely clear on how, but that is the amortization schedule based off of the assumptions that were made during that projection.
So this is something that you are working to gather information on, and the commission, may be able to expect an update at a later period in time. Maybe that's a work session in the winter or something, That's what I'm thinking is something diving more deeply into this would be appreciated at some
And to be
point.
clear, this is the Johnson Controls project.
Yes,
That we have
JCI.
received. Yeah, we've been doing kind of yearly updates on, so.
So yeah. So maybe there is a natural point for us to go a little bit
Yeah.
deeper on the financial and the environmental.
Correct. And the annual reports that are provided by JCI are really covering the savings in the energy that they have recognized or have been tracking through the various utilities that we are paying for. Other things that can change in there is just the way that we do utilize those facilities with those improvements. I think there have been recent changes made at the wastewater treatment facility in order to maximize some of the financial benefit, but then also really trying to keep in mind of what the heart of that project was, which is true energy savings and that green initiative component to it.
Thank you. Commissioner Bonzel?
Yeah, thank you. So just to clarify, so on this sheet, it states that, okay, we initiated a $28 million project. The goal is that all costs will be recovered. All costs will be recovered via savings in energy and other costs over a period of 20 years. But what I'm understanding is that the actual contractual agreement we entered into was based on energy savings, not cost, like dollar savings. Is that correct?
Correct. That is, yes.
Okay.
Energy performance contract, yes.
Okay, and so we are on track to meet those energy performance goals, but frankly, not on track for a variety of reasons to meet the dollar savings goals.
Correct. Yes. I mean, that would be an easy way to look at that. Again, some of those cost components that aren't realized with cash savings is cost avoidance.
Sure.
And other goals that would have met as well.
Okay, yeah, I mean, that makes sense. I just think that given that it was such a massive project the city embarked upon, it would be helpful at some point, like maybe our next annual presentation, to see a little bit more of a breakdown of some of those cost avoidances and things like that, because it seemed that the last JCI presentation focused a lot on the energy savings piece and didn't directly answer that question of what about cost recovery?
Absolutely.
And I'll just chime in because there's a lot of other choices that we could be making that would substantially impact costs in terms of energy that are not related to energy efficiency, but to actual technology choices as we are going forward in the future as things are changing. So also folks shouldn't think that this is the only way to push the lever here. There are actually some very interesting and new opportunities, again, with the new federal monies in particular, to invest in some equipment that would then also bring greater savings over time, because we would not be exposed to the volatility of fossil fuel prices. We would know where our energy was coming from.
And Commissioner Hill, to that point, I think this commission has seen several initiatives come across, their desks that we're trying to participate in, trying to leverage, basically other people's money to get us there. Technology is, of course, very expensive still, but we are working daily on that.
That's the exciting part. I will also say, though, in our progress with My Next Cities, the improvements that we have made with the JCI project is limiting the scope that they can explore and assisting us, which we will be receiving an update here shortly. But it's one that has been something kind of fun and proud to say that we've done some of those things that are typically the low-lying fruit for that organization or their goals.
And we did those with 2018 dollars, which is much different than 2022 dollars. So it's very important to note how we were forward-looking in those energy savings. And while the assumptions for the cost of the program were made, using a certain set of figures that we don't necessarily have control of moving forward, the energy savings are real, and the work we're doing with these kinds of green initiatives is real.
Good points.
That kind of wraps up internal service funds, and we're looking a little ahead of schedule, but we can determine what we'd like to do after that. So after wrapping up internal service funds, we're going to move on to capital outlay, because I do think that this is going to be a conversation.
So maybe after capital outlay would be a good time to run through the commission one more time and then reassess what we want to do from there. Thank you, Karen.
Absolutely. So capital outlay. It is a sensitive subject. It's something that we typically had bonded for every single year. So you were seeing capital projects accomplished every single year. You were seeing replacements of older equipment, typically in some of our capital outlay. So I'm focusing on page 7 at this point, or page 6, I'm sorry. Page 6. On what we're looking at for capital projects right now. There is limited funding in fiscal year 23, and we've kind of already alluded to that. We understand that the needs that we have for capital improvements are great and are so significant. However, we are trying to make the best possible choices in investing in the right maintenance, in the right replacements, and in reconstruction to make the biggest impact, but then also minimize the financial strain that we have right now while we try to reprioritize services and projects. So at this point, what you see on page 6 is the capital outlay that we are recommending, and that includes sidewalk repairs, which are about $100,000. Our SIMP, so that is our street improvement projects, are focusing on heavy maintenance, and I do have a list of those projects for you, and that includes that overlay, the chip and seal, the crushing and shaping and sealing things. That is what that is going to accomplish, and that is trying to preserve the conditions of the roads that we have right now. How we determine priorities really depends on a PAYS rating, and it is something that I am not well versed in. However, we do have the departments here to speak on that, but they have identified a way to maximize the funding and the improvements that or the maintenance that is necessary, and that is to the tune of about $700,000. And I do believe that was included in our was that included in our bond issue, or that is not included obviously in the bond issue? Thank you. That was last year's. That was lumped into this one. And that funding is coming from our street funds and some of our utility funds as well. There is a Wright Street pedestrian improvements that are being proposed as well, and those are coming off of some of the funds that are from the Lundin the trucking agreement that we do have. There are some improvements that are necessary, and that is where that funding will come, so it's not impacting the general fund. The Presque Isle dredging project is into next year, into fiscal year 23, and that is fully grant funded and supported by the federal grant that we received. And also some financial commitment from Cleveland Cliffs as well, which is greatly appreciated and has been a great collaboration and partnership with this grant. And that's we'll be dredging the the area over near the Upper Harbor Dock. Thank you. And that loading dock. And then we also have budgeted a couple $100,000 for water and stormwater reconstruction that comes up as emergencies or in the process of other improvements that end up being an emergency need. And we just have that as a placeholder as well.
Just to clarify, so about 700,000 in SIMP? It seems high. I remember lower amounts, and is that to reflect that maybe we're doing some more major repairs?
That is doing some heavy maintenance.
Heavy maintenance.
And we have, engineering has worked incredibly hard to get that down to 700,000. And that is, again, maximizing our dollars and trying to minimize that cost.
And without using any bonding?
Correct.
Thank you. Commissioner Davis?
A trend we want to see.
That list that you have, is that something we can share? I'm really curious if we're going to be able to do anything to improve Division Street.
Division
Here it
Street.
comes.
While Division Street is on there, I think what you're alluding to is the reconstruction that is needed for Division Street right now. And that has been a common topic. That has been a topic, I think, in last year's capital outlay tour. We rode on the Mark Tram bus and had to hold on to our belongings. We recognize that is a rough patch of road. It is. And there's actually a couple of other roads that have been brought to our attention that are really difficult to travel on. But at this point, the method that we are trying to take is trying to seek out any funds, and unfortunately, those streets are not eligible for many of our state funding or grants that we have, just because of the use that they have, and try to save up enough funds and identify a better way to fund those. I'm not entirely sure I'm even confident enough to speak on what year that might be, if it's next year or the year after that. And I don't feel comfortable putting engineering on the spot for that either. So,
We go through this
I
list.
I recognize that that's a very difficult one, and that street needs some very major improvements. It's just one of those things that keeps coming up with the community.
and I do want to make a point that part of that reconstruction includes the utilities underneath that road.
Yeah,
And so
understood.
while it's not $2 million coming out of street funds altogether, that does impact our rates as well and our utility funds, which we are also trying to be cognizant that does impact our residents too in the long term. So
I was just wondering if we could quickly go through this list, especially because we're a little ahead of schedule. We obviously did not have the bus tour this year where we look at all the streets. So, I mean, I guess I'm just looking for why these roads were picked. I could sit here and try to remember, what the Paisley ratings mean, but I'm wondering if someone could just quickly
absolutely.
explain.
And I'm going to look at Dennis for that one.
Thank you.
Dennis doesn't mind.
Just like, the 2-minute bus tour would be fantastic. Well, I know what they are, but I'm like, this is going to take me so much longer.
It is.
You actually want to go through the list?
I do.
Oh,
Well, here.
Mick,
I do want to. I do.
on a Paisley 101. I'm
No,
like,
no, no.
Well, I think that's
I just
what.
want, like, this street was picked because X, Y, Z, this street was picked because X.
Yeah.
That's what I want.
And you know what? It might
10,000
be.
foot view.
It might be actually helpful to explain why, when we look at a really bad road, why that's not at the top of our list versus a road that's like, meh, it's not horrible, and why we choose that. Maybe a Paisley 101.
It
couple
doesn't need, I mean,
sentences.
whatever you feel comfortable with, Mitch, it doesn't need to be, a 10-minute lecture. I'm just looking for a broad. Thank you.
Yeah, sure. So,
Yeah, sure.
let's see, the streets listed on this graph here are streets that are in like fair condition, and the concept behind the SIMP project is to basically preserve that condition or extend the useful life of that street. You'll see that Division Street and portions of Altamont Street are listed on here, and the proposed fix on there is just like a skim coat, a temporary fix, which will extend the life of those streets like maybe like 2 or 3 years. So, I guess I wasn't prepared.
Oh, that's okay.
So, yeah.
So they're in fair condition, and we want to keep them that way.
Yep, exactly.
I
A
can-
higher number is worse, right?
A 10 would be an example of a newly reconstructed street. A 0 would be like one that's failed, and then 5 is in between. So essentially, if we can do preventative maintenance to those streets that are in fair condition, we can extend the life of the road by another, let's say, 12 to 15 years, and postpone the expensive reconstruction projects by that amount of time. I guess to put things in perspective, a mill and overlay may cost between, let's say, $100 and $130 a foot, whereas a reconstruction project may be $800 to $1,000 a foot. So there's a significant, I guess, we get a lot of bang for the buck with the mill and overlays. So as far as extending the life of those utilities, so.
Okay, one follow, oh, I'm sorry. Pro Tem Mayor, go ahead.
I just was really curious to hear about the Wright Street improvement.
The pedestrian corridor improvement.
Sure. So the as far as Wright Street goes, we're looking at a couple different improvements. One would be extension of sidewalk in areas where there's currently gaps. There would need to be additional property acquisition or easements, so that's something that could affect that project. And then the other thought there was to install a pedestrian safety island at the bike path crossing near Industrial Parkway. So those funds would come out of the Lundin Fund, so those would not be part of our general budget, I guess. So.
Thank you. You know, that if you go from up Wright Street from, let's say, Prescott to Lincoln, I mean, that's a very high residential area, and there's a lot of foot traffic there. And I myself am a few blocks away from there, but, you know, you see a lot of people trying to ride bikes or walking on Wright Street, and there are sections that just don't have sidewalks. And that's really awesome to hear, though.
Yeah.
Sure, go ahead, Mr. Hall.
And there's also, I think, potentially room for there to be a separated bikeway on Wright Street. I mean, that's the safest thing, and that's where, again, with bicycle facilities, we have bicycle facilities written into the master plan. I voted on them more than once, and we have not actually implemented them. So I would, an understanding that things are tight, but we have, that's another thing that isn't even on here that I think is a very important resource. Again, with high gas costs, and electric bikes are a huge issue, and people don't feel safe riding them on the sidewalks, but more and more people have them. We need to create safe conditions for people to use those electric bikes, and the safest thing to do is to create space on the roads, and that is possible. Even with snow, it's being done in places where it snows. So you're going to hear this from me, but I think it's very important that we start to include that. The transportation is changing, and we need to make space for these. They save people money, they make people healthy, and it's dangerous on the sidewalk. We need to make space for them. So I'm going to put that in here in the budget conversation because we need to plan for it. And to your point about how we use Wright Street, I think that's there's space there to make that happen.
Sure.
I thought I had another question, but I don't. So Commissioner Bonzo. Oh, sorry. No, you're good. I didn't see your hand raised.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So, yes, thank you very much for the explanation of kind of the rationale behind the SIMP program. I think it makes a lot of sense, although it might seem counterintuitive at first, but to be trying to maintain your and improve your streets that are in moderate condition, because it's the most efficient use of our SIMP dollars. But I guess I do have some concerns. Commissioner Davis also asked about Division Street, particularly the planned reconstruction of Division from Hampton to Joliet. That was in the CIP for the last 5 years. It was rated as our #1 priority for 2022. Has a very low PASER rating, and as I was reading through the capital improvement plan before the meeting, I noted a statement that they made, and I think this might just be boilerplate they kind of put on all of the capital improvement projects, but it stated that, quote, postponement will ultimately increase funding for following years due to labor, equipment, and material cost increases. That's certainly something that we have seen. So I guess I just have some concerns about, I understand we're trying to take a break from bonding, but I have some concerns about, especially given rising material costs and just the truly terrible condition of that stretch of road, as well as the stretch on Altamont that we're discussing here. How much of a difference is like $20,000 to $30,000 in skim coat temporary fix going to make? Especially when, I mean, those are both about like 1,000 linear feet, give or take a couple hundred, and we've got like an 1,100 linear foot stretch on Lincoln Avenue that we're investing over $100,000 in for maybe heavier maintenance. But yeah, I'm just curious if we could talk about those lower rated roads.
Sure. So the, Division Street, Altamont Street, those are sort of like basically Band-Aid fixes that we're proposing. It'll fall apart in probably 3 to 5 years. I mean, the cracks will reflect all the way through. You'll start to see potholes developing. As far as when we'll get to the reconstruction, I guess Mary might be able to answer that better. As far as when the funds are available, obviously it's a top priority, but we're looking at a $2 million cost there. So I guess the thought process behind doing something on Division and Altamont was just to address the current hazardous state of the road. Basically what you'll get is a somewhat improved ride quality, but it's mainly, it would save, I guess, Public Works some money in pothole fixing, things like that, but it's certainly not a long-term fix, if that answers your question.
Yeah, it does. And so you expect that might buy us maybe like 3 years?
Sure.
Ish. Okay.
And Commissioner Boswell, I think it's important to point out that part of our long-term outlook is limiting our capital outlay expenditures to get our debt under control. And part of that is so we don't have to bond anymore in the future. And you look quite far out when you have a road like Division, it might be difficult to do so. When you talk about Band-Aid fixes, it might be difficult to do so. But being able to pay cash for the kind of improvements that we're seeking would go a long way for the financial health of the city. And that's a huge goal for us right now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I understand that. I guess what I worry is that if we do put off all repairs, major repairs and reconstruction on all of these roads that are rated 2 or 3 on the Pacer scale until we've dealt with our debt issues, then a future commission might have much higher costs than we had projected for those projects at this time. I guess that's my main concern with this strategy.
And I think if you look at the last 10 years, the amount of investment we've put into our community through streets, we've tried to get ahead of things. We just need to take a more balanced approach with that in the future, and that's might require an overcorrection at this point and the implementation of Band-Aid fixes.
Typically, we've had to express to, commissions that the need for repairs and maintenance and investing in improvements for your infrastructure to preserve the conditions they are in. It is very clear that you all understand that, and that is the real concern right here. But because as Sean had said, we have made some of these investments already, and we have done some improvements recently, we have the ability to kind of just pause and re-evaluate and try to get a hold of our financial situation right now. And that has been something very difficult for even engineering especially to understand. But they're doing whatever they can to find the best projects that have the biggest benefit at this point.
Commissioner Hill?
And I believe you've recently milled Altamont, because I drove over here this morning, right? It's got that gravelly sort of.
Oh, that was probably the Public Works spray patching process. So, no, yeah.
Yeah.
Is that correct? Okay, yes.
Yeah, so, I mean, things are happening. It's not that things aren't happening, and but I have my route down Altamont, so I miss this and I miss that, and My car sort of does it automatically now, but looking forward to the day when we can afford to get those done. I do want to say also with Division, I know I'm beating the drum here, but Division is another location where I think I'm seeking to implement the priorities for the bicycle plan, because I see the people riding out to the South Trailhead, they're on Division. So in addition to having a road that's not in very good condition, there are a lot of bicyclists on Division, because they're coming off the lake, crossing at Genesee, and heading out to the South Trailhead. That is the route. That's pretty much the only way to get there. So I also really want to, and it's been, we're getting through the state upgrades, which did not include pedestrian facilities, which is a state problem. And Commissioner Davis has also been a vocal spokesperson about that very critical intersection of Genesee and US 41. And that is a very critical node to connecting to the lakeshore for all of us in the South Marquette. And we deserve to have access to the lake just like folks do on other parts of the city. So and Division is a way for us to all come together and funnel people from the incredible trails of the South Trailheads into the lakeshore. So I also want to bring that to everyone's attention here, and hopefully we can find ways to make sure that also gets funded.
Thank you, Mitch. I think that was all. I really appreciate the additional information.
Sure.
I know because we didn't have any major improvements, we skipped the tour, but it still helps for us to have a grasp on what we're trying to do with what we have. Thank you. All right, I think we're ready to move on to whatever is coming next.
So we actually just went through.
Oh, wow.
So
we're ahead of
So we're
schedule.
ahead of schedule, and I know you said you wanted to maybe do a round robin, so.
Yeah, so we'll go again down the line. I'll start with Commissioner Davis for kind of summary thoughts thus far. And then, depending on time, we can decide if we want to break or if we want to start a little bit into the afternoon. I'm not sure, that may not work depending on what you have. But anyway, we'll start with Commissioner Davis. Go ahead.
I just have one real quick comment, I guess, and that is I appreciate the work that has gone into trying to figure out what to do with the streets. And perhaps I agree with Commissioner Hill that Division is a very important street for us, and that intersection with Genesee is scary. But what you're proposing to redo with Division Street, I think will be greatly appreciated by those that drive it, and particularly the residents who tell me that their houses shake when trucks go by. So that 3 years to 5 years that you're giving us might help us to rethink all of what we want to do with Division Street and find a solution that can really work for all of us. That's it.
Commissioner Hanley? I don't really have anything right now. Pro Tem Mayor?
I don't think I have anything.
Commissioner Hill?
I guess, again, a little bit outside the scope, but I think relevant is the supporting organizations that help us raise funds to be able to do some of the work that we do. And that includes infrastructure improvements where we work with 501c with nonprofit groups in the community to help raise those dollars. Also on the bicycle improvements, it's important that we maintain our rating as a bicycle-friendly community. And because that also helps us in getting those funds that would then leverage the dollars that we do have. And so we need to particularly maybe at the public information stage, are there critical partner organizations who may be able to be there or help that we know of now that are identified, that we can say, oh, they're helping with identifying these other funds. They bring in matching dollars. That's part of how we get some of this big work done. And so I think it would be wonderful to, at the next phase, particularly, and not necessarily, projecting too far out, but I know there's always conversations with the grants that are, we know what's coming in the next 12 months. Who are we working with? How are they helping us? What are those matching dollars? So people can again see how much this community comes together. We have it clearly identified with Kids Cove. There may be other opportunities as well.
Thank
But I
you.
just want to say that came to me because of the way we're presenting the information today, and I really, really appreciate looking at it at this higher level because it allows us to think about that integration, and I just, that wouldn't have come to me when we were doing it before, so I really, really appreciate it. Thank you.
Commissioner Stonehouse?
Thank you, Your Honor. We're clearly toughing it out with a purpose, I think. In other words, we're going to go through the rough patch. We've got a vision of what's on the other side of the hill, and we have to work towards that vision, knowing there's going to be some pain between here and there. All that said, I certainly would suggest that we do take a really good look at South Marquette, Division Street, and the access of that to the lake. You only have to stop in the courtyard and have a sandwich outside in their little patio, and you'll notice the huge number of people that are coming down from the hills of South Marquette and crossing over that very dangerous crossing of 41 intersection off into the lake and then returning, as well as motor traffic too. And that's an area of Marquette that we have traditionally not viewed well, if that makes sense. It's not had the renaissance that it's currently having. And it directly connects, as Commissioner Hill said, directly into the rail trails, or rather the mountain bike trails of South Marquette, which opens up and turns to other areas too. So knowing the money is short and knowing that we can't turn around and make it, I think we should still keep it on the radar of what can we do even incrementally to improve that area. So thank you, Your Honor.
Commissioner Bonzel?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. One thing so I have two quick questions that still relate to capital outlay. One, the SIMP budget is set. At least we have this list here. The sidewalk repair replacement extension budget, we have $100,000 listed in capital outlay. Are those projects all predetermined as well?
So we do have certain requirements to do non-motorized improvements, and I'm just going to look for a quick nod of that is something that does come in the form of sidewalks and is necessary, and those do come up in some of the other projects that may happen, and we might be in that area. So that is kind of a placeholder there.
Sure. So if you're doing heavy maintenance on a street, you'll redo the sidewalk if it's in poor condition or something.
Yeah, if there's a need or if there's something else we're trying to accomplish and it makes sense to have that contractor there. But there is a requirement to accomplish certain non-motorized improvements within a certain number of years.
That makes sense. And then this is more of a forward-looking question, but at least based on the document I was able to find on the city website, we're still operating under the 2017-22 capital improvement plan. When are we going to update the capital improvement plan next?
That's been updated.
It's been updated now? Okay.
Yes. Yeah, as a part of the redevelopment ready community program, we have to go out 7 years, Dennis? 7 years. So we're continuously updating that. Sorry.
It was just approved.
Through 2029.
Okay, through 2029? Awesome. Could we get that on the website?
Sure.
Awesome. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yeah, we apologize for not getting that up there sooner. It was just recently approved, I think, in the past couple of months. And it's, keeping that website up to date in all the various places is always a task. Preoccupied.
At this point, I don't think I have any additional questions or comments. I'll save them probably towards the end or as other sections of the meeting. Do we want to try to keep going? I know some of us have lunch delivered a little later, so I don't want to throw that schedule off either.
But you know what, I think actually a couple of comments that were made here, and especially when we focus on capital outlay and the fact that it is quite costly, I think that we just haven't maybe talked about the things that we've really kind of surpassed or postponed recently, and the changes that we have made that come at a decision of trying to stabilize the budget. And when we talk about the organizations that we do partner with or contribute to, that is something we are very cognizant of, and we are trying to be good community supporters and obviously services. But I think maybe if you don't mind, if we address something that has been a topic in recent conversations, that we are now proposing some changes within the budget, and that comes in the form of promotional funds and how we utilize promotional funds. So what I would suggest is maybe turning to page 55. And that's Department 290, promotional. So promotional funds come in the form, in here, what you see is coming in the form of fee relief. And that is for various activities throughout the city that are generally put on by our community organizations, nonprofits. There is actual guidance and a policy that we do follow here in order to issue promotional funds. And this next upcoming year, we do plan to take a much deeper dive into how these organizations utilize our promotional funds or fee relief, and ensuring that it is being utilized appropriately. Obviously, it is in a legal sense, but also with the needs that we have as the community. And so just for example, promotional funds are used for events such as, listed here, such as Hiawatha Music Festival. We have the 4th of July, which is actually an authorized use for city funds. Some of the DDA funds, some of the parades that we have, Harbor Fest, Ski Marathon, UP 200, the Film Festival, some of the Dead River Derby, I think is one of them as well. Various events, but also various initiatives that are very important to our community. And usually these fees are covered in the sense of DPW's time, police time, staff time in order to coordinate these events. And what we are trying to do in order to limit this is really look at all of these priorities. We are still anticipating some contribution for beautification and city band, which are authorized uses for public funds. And they are typically fundraising for very specific initiatives. I think we are also, example, partnering with City Band to raise funds for potentially a new band shell or other improvements of facility that they utilize for the good of the community. And then beautification, which is also another organization that improves various areas within the city. I think we see a lot of that with the Petunia Pandemonium, which is a very well-loved event, and unfortunately we didn't have this year due to the construction, and I think people are missing out on that. But holding those steady, but then also looking at the events that actually do have a fee that is associated with them, and scaling back potentially the promotional funds that they are authorized to receive. And we are at a point that there are some of these events that are coming in October, and that would be a significant impact or a quick impact to those events, as it is coming up right after we approve the budget. But looking at planning out a real reduction for the future events of next year, and that is what we've reflected in this budget here, to almost cut that promotional fund budget in half. Some of those events, like I said, have entry fees. We're thinking of some of the races, the marathons, things that have that charge a vendor fee. They have another means or mechanism to raise those funds in order to cover the actual true cost of providing those services. We do that for our residents that we offer a service to. We obviously cover costs to provide that service, and we are also now trying to pass along some of those options for our organizations that are trying to cover operations, which actually are costs. So I just wanted to really touch on that, because that is one way where I'm saying, yes, could we make an immediate impact and cut all promotional funds? Absolutely. Is that going to be a huge hit to some of our community organizations that provide a very good, fun family event that our residents take advantage of, as well as our visitors? And the way to do that is really to kind of really ease into that and work with them and provide them some advance notice that this change is coming, and steer them into other funding sources and organizations that could potentially contribute. We have tried to work with Travel Marquette on some of these things, because Travel Marquette does sponsor some events for promotions, and especially when it revolves around tourism. But we've received, obviously you have to do it legally and within the amount allowed uses or permissible uses for those Travel Marquette funds, but unfortunately we did not make much headway with that. So that is how we talk about promotional funds. There are other organizations that I think I've touched on before that do receive a contribution from the general funds, such as the library, which is a $40,000 contribution. And that is something that comes with obviously great caution if we ever were to recommend changing that and evaluating that. And we would hope that that could be a conversation that we could work together with that specific organization. Mm-hmm. There are a couple of organizations that do receive that, just beautification and city band. Correct. Correct. Yes. So those aren't. Those are. Let me make that clear. Those are not necessarily checks that are being sent out, issuing. Those are relief in the sense of costs that we would have been providing. Correct. Mm-hmm.
It's really pretty minimal in terms of the real costs of the city. And I say that by venture of looking at history here. About 10 years ago, he didn't doing this at all. In fact, it wasn't a policy. And what he was doing was billing the particular agency a direct bill that went out that said, we put up 5 signs for you or 4 barriers and it was X dollars per. And you found out just how expensive it was to try and do an event in the city. So you had a loss of events that were being done in the city by virtue of the expense of the city of Marquette adhering to a cash for service policy. He eventually moved on and was replaced by another city manager who looked at it from the viewpoint of the present methodology that's being used. And it has proven, I think, over time to be very successful. So I'd be very leery of making a change in that of any significant quantity. Again, well knowing the history of it and well knowing the benefit that supporting these events is directly to the city in terms of promotional activities and business activities.
And just can I make a point of for clarification on that one? So what we are doing is leaving the cash contributions there for those organizations that do receive cash contributions, such as the city band and beautification committee. Really trying to work on identifying that correct base fee relief amount, as you alluded, because it has kind of changed in the perception of how we do charge or account for those fees. When we don't have an actual fee for service coming in for some events, that means that is truly a taxpayer funded event then, because it does have to cover the costs that we do incur, which as you see is a significant amount of payroll necessarily. So moving on to trying to find and determine those events that can absorb or have a mechanism to absorb that, whether it is seeking out additional sponsorships, increasing an entry fee by $1, things like that, we are focusing on. So we are really at this point focusing on events that have other funding sources such as race fees, beer sales, entry fees, booth or vendor fees that have minimal impact to the attendees, which typically, like I said, tend to be enjoyed by residents. But also some of these do bring in great tourism, especially when Travel Marquette is promoting this as a tourism destination for this event specifically. So looking at that, we are reducing the promotional funds for those events by 45%. And one of those, one area is DDA events that we've listed in here. We are very cognizant that one of the events that would be impacted right away would be the Fresh Coast Film Festival. We know that would be one that is difficult to absorb and manage, because that is right after the budget approval and would impact one of the first events. So we are cognizant of that and want to make sure that we are accounting for that appropriately. And then some of the other events that might also struggle that we are aware of are, things like the International Food Fest, which has been very vocal about some of the financial needs that they have in order to put on that event we all love, which is revolving, around the 4th of July time. So we keep things, in mind like that, but we are aware that there are events that can increase minimal costs, such as entry fees, and at the numbers that they are bringing in right now, and be able to cover some of the costs.
And just to be clear, we don't necessarily have a mechanism to directly capture dollars that come to the community from tourism. Travel Marquette does through their hotel tax, and so that's why we maybe are looking at adjusting how we support heavily tourist-based events with other dollars.
This proposed change is doing one of those changes responsibly, is what we're trying to also convey.
Commissioner Hill?
This sounds to me like a chance to maybe, doesn't have to rise to the level of a policy potentially in terms of legal terms, but I would appreciate seeing what you just said written out in some kind of, rather than just numbers, a policy. I think it sounds like we're moving towards some level of, searching for the word, because policy is really the
New
word.
guideline or a new?
Yeah, that I think would help us, because I think those are very valid concerns and issues, and giving us a chance to discuss what those criteria are would help us make an informed decision that the public could also weigh in on if they wanted to.
Pro Tem?
I will cautiously ask about one thing that you mentioned. You brought up our yearly contribution to the Peter White Public Library, which is $40,000. I guess two-part question. Let's say hypothetically we didn't do that this year, right? How does their current overall fund balance look, and how has that trend been the last few years? I mean, is that in a position where it would actually affect them at all if we did something like that?
That is a really, what was that?
So I've had some conversations with the library director. My husband's no longer on the board, to be clear first. He was for a long time. They've also were significantly impacted by COVID in very significant ways, and kept their salary on and took on the loans to help keep their salary going. They maintained, because they have quite extensive staff. And so, and it is our only real community center where people have meetings. The number of community meetings that happen in that space on a daily basis and a weekly basis is significant. So on that alone, there is no other public space in our community for people to come together like that. And potentially to see it just in those terms, I think, again, as we're talking about criteria for investing back, I think that's one to potentially think about. It is providing a service to the larger community, well beyond the books and literacy services.
Absolutely. I'm not in any way discounting the amount of good that the library does. I was more so trying to just focus on if we did something like a one-time where we didn't give them the $40,000, if their fund balance would be able to accept that, or if they needed the funds. Just looking at small little areas where maybe these different accounts where we're funding small amounts, as their fund balances can handle not having it for a year, that helps us offset this shaky balanced budget is kind of where my head was at. Now, if their fund balance isn't in a position where they can handle that, I would not be recommending us do that, but that's where my line of thought was.
It's interesting because the past 2 years, when we look at financial statements for any community or any organization at this point, it is tough to look back to last year and say, well, yes, they can handle it, or the year before that, or they can't, So because COVID has impacted organizations over the past, couple of years, so it's tough to make that judgment call. And obviously, I'm not. And I'm not the director of the library, so I'm not entirely sure on how they are managing to do this. However, it is noted, and again, things are different because of the funding that they have received over the years. But when we do see, increases in fund balance, it is something that is hard for us to look at being able to make that call for the next year. And I know that we will be speaking with the Peterborough Public Library director here for the budget right after lunch. So maybe that is a good question, but it's hard to really be able to look and see that there's an increase in fund balance over $100,000 one year, and yet we're still contributing $40,000 for that. And so if there's any way that we can be looking at some options with working with the library on, minimizing impacts or trying to understand the needs, that would be something I would like to be able to do. But we say that this year, the year before that was a very small increase in fund balance. The year before that was different. They had a bond. I think they had some, either debt issuances or funding coming in for a specific use. But it's one that we contribute to, but we don't have much say in their budget. If that kind of sheds a little bit of light on our thinking. And we recognize the partnership that we do have with the library, and we value that, and we understand that that would impact them.
Commissioner Bonzel had his hand up. I think maybe Commissioner Davis after that. Okay, we'll start with Commissioner Bonzel, then Commissioner Davis.
All right, thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, I feel like I understand where Mayor Pro Tem Mayor is going with this, but I tend to agree with Commissioner Hill that it'd be interesting to hear what the Peterborough Public Library Director would have to say, but I imagine that if they're asking for the funding, that it's because they need it. I feel like we're maybe missing the forest through the trees a little bit, looking at $40,000 from a $24.1 million budget. But I mean, but I do really appreciate you bringing up the promotional fund specifically, because this is something that I, and I'm sure all of the rest of us, have heard a lot from residents about. Oh, the city's spending so much money on tourists and bringing tourists into the town and all these events. Surely you could eliminate your $1.5 million structural deficit by just not spending so much money on tourism. And the reality is, right, when you look at these numbers, the $55,000 in the promotional budget is 0.2% of our city budget by my estimation. That's like $1 out of every 500. And most of that, as you noted, is fee relief, not direct appropriations. So, yeah, for folks out there who think that we're spending a bunch of their tax dollars on tourism, I guess that's just false. So thank you for noting that.
Do you mind if I clarify, Madam Mayor? Yes. So while 30,000 or 40,000 seems so small compared to 24 million, when we talk about how our wages are staying stagnant for this next year in the current budget as it is, 1% increase in wages is equivalent to $100,000. So when we say 40,000 or 30,000, that is in combination with other changes we've made or can make in order to provide reasonable, cost recovery for other things that are internally necessary.
And when we look at promotional funds, when we look at maybe a contribution to the library that, when they're contributing over $100,000 into their reserves, but we're not able to contribute a single dollar into our reserves because we have to present a shakily balanced budget, we look at those kinds of measures. Okay, maybe the $70,000 we get here can bring us to a 1% wage increase for our staff because they support the vital city services that, make up the entirety of the rest of our budget. So it might be small percentages that we're looking at, but when you have a budget that's balanced without certain necessary things, such as wage increases to staff, you have to look at those small components and see how you can add up to make small changes that add up.
And we're in a position where we can do that in partnership or with working with those organizations with enough advance notice or time in order for planning rather than a surprise hit, which would be a knee-jerk reaction.
And I believe the $40,000 here, isn't necessarily a yearly request. I think it was made up from some revenue loss they had a few years ago. It kind of became an institutionalized revenue sharing from us, but they do have, dedicated funding sources. They have a state dedicated millage to them. They have voted on millages. So it's not like we're discussing taking away, even a majority or a huge part of their budget. It's just, is the contribution from the city general fund appropriate given our financial status? And that conversation isn't by any means decided at this moment, but it's something that probably needs to be had.
That's when we evaluate all of the services. So it's uncomfortable, and it's those tough decisions that I alluded to previously, that when we look at the future, needs to be done responsibly, or at least stated.
Pro Tem Mayor? Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot about Commissioner Davis. I did. I didn't forget about you entirely. I forgot about your comment.
To our city manager and assistant city manager, I really appreciate your perspective and your comments on those. Those are something for us to very seriously consider, and there's not anybody in this community that doesn't like the library, but yet we also have to make some of these very difficult decisions. But that was not what I was originally going to comment on. It goes back to the promotional fees, and I feel compelled to throw in some support for the service organizations when their events, as opposed to events that are just perhaps entertainment. And the service clubs, when they provide an event, and let's talk about the Exchange Club with the 4th of July, and the thin margin that they have, and the money that they collect or earn in those events goes back into the community for youth programs and other community projects that are very worthwhile. So I am very much more interested in supporting those clubs. And the service club in our area are, like lots of service clubs throughout the country, are declining in membership, and so it's tougher and tougher for them to staff those events. So without that additional support, we risk losing events such as the International Food Fest and the Harbor Fest, and then what would that do to our community? So if we are looking at promotional funds, I would like to give them some special consideration.
They often do the things that we no longer fund or cannot fund. You're absolutely right.
Pro Tem Mayor?
Two things. One, thank you, Sean, for explaining differently what I was really trying to get at with the library topic. I appreciate the way you explain that. And Karen, the amount that we're doing in fee relief for the promotional funds is also assuming no increase of staff wages, right?
Correct, yes.
So that amount, for whatever the expenses are of staff time, however negotiations go, that number could also increase as far as the, I guess, loss of revenue to offset it is kind of how that works.
Yes, correct. It has a little less of an impact, obviously, as in promotional funds, increasing than the overall budget, but yes.
Right.
Yes, essentially, those are to cover costs, which would be increasing. Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Commissioner Stonehouse?
Not to beat a dead horse, so just a couple of good whacks. Half of the groups, perhaps a little bit less than that, maybe a third, are those that were talked about by Commissioner Davis, that they take the money and they return it directly to the community. These are feeding agencies that have gathered funds together through a given activity and returned it back to the community. And we want to charge them more for the privilege of doing that. That's in effect what we're doing. Instead of allowing a given fee of services rendered, i.e. we're not going to charge them perhaps for the use of the park, we are now going to charge them for that. So we're charging them more money to give us money back. That makes little sense in the bigger world, at least from my viewpoint on it. Included in there, by the way, is Pigs and Heat. And that's our own, I guess I'll say, charity designed to raise money through a hockey game between the police and fire departments of various municipalities, and in turn put that money aside to be able to house people that may have been thrown out of their own house by fire. So I look at those organizations that are on the list, and that is not a good thing. We are a bigger community than that, than this. So while I realize that many of them, like some of the DDA functions, can be perhaps pulled off the list, how we can bring that list down a little bit, I don't want us ever to understand or to lose the idea or the concept that Marquette has a heart. And in many ways, this list represents the heart of Marquette. And I don't want to see it, me personally, and I hope the commission would feel the same, taken away. So thank you for giving that, the time for that little diatribe.
I have a real important clarification on that. Our community organizations are not the ones that we would be looking to minimize the contribution for those events this year. That is not. We were talking about events that have a fee, that have an entry fee, that is not necessarily going to a fundraising effort for those community organizations. Pigs and Heat is not one that we are suggesting to decrease.
I'm seeing them cut on the list, though.
By $40, by $90.
But, and that is based, that's based off of
So I would ask that the list be more closely combed.
and we are looking at changing how we present that to the commission when events are requesting fee relief. It is noted every time that it does come before the commission, but making that a little more obvious.
Thank you.
But yes, we understand that importance. Thank you.
I think this is probably a more difficult topic to discuss because this is the heart, right? These are the partner organizations we work with. These are the feel-good opportunities, events within our community that we want to see continue. And we also have to figure out how we can be financially sound for the future. So I guess I would challenge commissioners, if you are looking to add back from our well-balanced budget, you've got to find something else that you're willing to do without. And I'm having a hard time seeing a lot of opportunity there. I have a few things on my list, but none of them are easy conversations to have.
Can I ask a clarifying
Sure,
question?
go ahead.
Again, back to the structural challenges. By state law, which we have to abide by, the tourism agency cannot actually pay for events.
Correct.
They receive the taxes from the hotels, not the short-term rentals, but the hotels. And that money has to go back into promotions and not to actually paying for events. In other states, I've lived in other states where the tourism agencies would pay the community for the staff time. That is currently not allowed under state law. Seems like something we might want to change right there. But
That's not something we can do here, though.
right, I know, but I'm just want the public to be clear that in other states, it is absolutely normal for an event to pay, and no matter who's putting it on, it's completely normal for that event to pay for the staff time because they recognize that this is a city service. But there are tourism dollars that are available to do so, and we do not allow that to happen in Michigan.
Okay, back to the here and now. My original point is we've got a lot of tough decisions to make here for this budget in '23. And I would be, say we want to add all the promo funds back, which is not something that I'm a proponent of. I think that the careful approach that's been outlined here could work. With maybe some exceptions that come up. Maybe one of these groups comes to us and asks for a 1-year extension because of an outside circumstance that, whatever it may be, maybe we figure something out to taper that back. But if we do want to add all this back, then we need some other options, and keeping in mind that at this point, we don't have staff increases budgeted, and that's something that we'll have to consider as well for this budget. So just want to make that clear. I'm not opposed to adding some of these things back, but we're going to have to work harder and get more creative if that's something we wanted to do. Okay, anything else from the commission before we break for lunch? And then, do you mind, Karen, just running through what we're going to go through next after lunch? So at 12:30, we'll reconvene.
Yep, we will reconvene at 12:30, or we can bump that so you have a full hour to eat.
12:35 maybe, yeah.
12:35. Component units, which will include the Peter White Public Library, DDA, and Brownfield Authority. We'll run through special revenue funds, probably, I wouldn't say pretty quickly, but there are a lot of special revenue funds. Many of them are pass-through funds, so it might take us some time, but not as much time as it may look. And then enterprise funds minus the utility funds, but I do want to touch on where we stand with those and what our plan is. And then rolling into next steps for the budget process and how we go forward with this, with the challenges that we do have here.
Okay. Do we have a motion for a recess for lunch, resuming at 12:35? Commissioner Hanley?
I motion that we recess for lunch and reconvene at 12:35.
Do we have a second? Pro Tem Mayor?
Second, Your Honor.
All in favor, please say yes.
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 Any opposed? Motion passes 7-0. We'll see you in 1 hour. meeting is now reconvened as stated in the prior motion. Okay, so we are continuing under new business under the number 2 budget overview. We are now on the afternoon session for our budget meeting here. We'll have our city manager start things off and we'll go from there.
All right. So in the afternoon session, we are going to focus on those non-general funds, obviously mostly component units, enterprise funds, and special revenue funds, not necessarily in that order. But first up is going to be the component units. The city has 3 component units, Peter White Public Library, Downtown Development Authority, and the Marquette Brownfield Redevelopment Authority. And these budgets and finances and operations are managed by an appointed board. So while the budgets are here presented to the commission and go through the formal approval process through the commission, they are generally approved by those respective boards and are monitored and managed through those boards as well. So first is the Peter White Public Library. So if you, page 151 starts that budget, and it does look a little bit different than ours. And I have summarized it pretty easily here. And just so that we are aware, the library has several funds, but this is really their general fund, which comes from the operations. And when we do look at this, their revenues are totaling $2.1 million with balanced expenditures at 2.1 as well. Similar to the city general funds, they have significant tax revenue, and that does fund most of their operations, and also with the contract with the township, because the township is utilizing those services as well through taxpayers. That is also noted there as the significant revenue. They do receive state grants when eligible to accomplish very specific tasks, as well as some other things like the fundraising and grants that you do see here. They are projecting and budgeting to use $31,000 of fund balance in the current year, fiscal year 22. I believe they're projecting to use about $30,000 use of fund balance as well. So somewhat consistent, and when you do look at that bottom line, it does remain somewhat consistent with a slight increase in expenditures and offsetting revenues as well. So I do believe that the executive director, Andrea Ingmeyer, is here. If there are questions specifically about that budget, if Madam Mayor, you would like to and have any questions for the library.
Absolutely. I think we'll just run down the line on the commission if there are any, and if not, then we can move on. But we'll start with Commissioner Hanley and just go down here.
Thank you. Quick question for you guys. I see that you say that they use $31,000 of fund balance. Do we know what the fund balance is at for the library? I'm trying to find that in here.
Generally, we do have those noted for the budget revenue or for the budget presentations. I do have the financial statements handy as well. If you give me one moment. And I believe Andrea probably knows off the top of her head.
She's moving this way.
At the end of September 30th of 2021, I believe that total fund balance is at $752,000 and some change, with an unassigned fund balance at $725,000.
Okay. And so have they been pulling out regularly every year, or are we putting into it? What is the state of the fund balance right now for the library?
And I actually, if you don't mind, I would defer to Ms. Ingmeyer for that answer, because while I look at prior years' financial statements, there is an increase in fund balance. However, we all know that things are a little crazy and a little bit off normal course of action and trends because of COVID. So while it looks like it was favorable last year, there might be other reasons for that. So if you don't mind, Andrew, the podium over to the left, if you don't mind.
Thank you for joining us, Andrea. We really appreciate it.
No
You might want to
problem.
hang out up there just while we get through commissioner questions.
Sure, happy to. So actually, this will be the first year we're projecting to actually have to use fund balance. We've been able to either have a awash with the budget or build fund balance up until this budget year, this upcoming budget year.
Okay. And so in our budget, we do 40,000, correct? Sorry, going back to us. Okay. So in the prior years, we've continuously given 40,000. And by the way, I would like to preface this by saying I love the library. I love everything that you guys do. I am by no means trying to say I want to cut you from the budget. I'm just trying to clarify out exactly what we're doing.
For sure. Yep.
But so we've given 40,000, and that could feasibly have been increasing your fund balance instead of, like, it was extra money sometimes, you're saying, up until now?
In the past, correct.
Okay, perfect.
Yep.
And do you project that in the future, obviously you must do budgets years out too, and kind of have an idea, do you project that you'll be digging fund balance again, or do you think you'll be more stable?
I believe that this is our reality going forward because we have been losing so much in penal fines. You can see from year to year, when I started here, actually, we were budgeting about $100,000 for penal fines every year as revenue, and this year we're projecting 55. So penal fines have been going down pretty steadily, and for the last couple years, pretty sharply. So we are expecting that will be continuing, if not plateauing, hopefully plateauing, and not continuing to go down.
And is the decrease in penal fines just the decrease of people doing physical books and a lot of people doing like online checkouts and things like that?
No, penal fines are actually built into the Constitution. They are generated from misdemeanor charges and felony charges. And I don't have a 100% answer on where all of those come from, but when I've asked for more information from the Library of Michigan, we've been told that part of the impact in this is the legalization of marijuana because there are fewer charges being fined. And it's also a result of changes in weigh stations not being used for trucks and things like that. So it's a lot of different things going on. We don't know if that's going to be reversed at some point, and some of those weigh stations will start to be used more, therefore more penal fines coming in. So we're kind of in a waiting position on that.
So, well, bad news for the library. I guess it's good news for people in the state of Michigan
Absolutely.
and things like that.
Yes. Yeah.
Perfect. All right. That's all I have for now. Thank you.
Uh-huh.
Pro Tem Mayor?
I don't think I have any questions at the moment.
Commissioner Hill?
Thank you. Thank you for this very detailed budget. It's very clear to understand, and I really appreciate the font size. I'll just, you watch me, my glasses going up and down. And, right, as we've been discussing this morning, we are in a very tight situation here at the city, and we are working to identify, I think, not short-term, but structural, long-term fixes. And I know you've also worked on that really hard at the library, and looking at creating sustainable revenue sources and creating, particularly meeting your staffing needs in ways that are sustainable. And I applaud that. The question before us, I think, on that long-term structural question is that the building itself serves as such a valuable community center, and that since we don't have one otherwise in Marquette, it serves that function for the entire city, as well as for the region, which the townships pay those millages. And so my question is that how the library board currently sees the city, the relationship between the library and the city, and whether I wanted to open up, if there's anything you want to say about how the library board views its relationship with the city, as to help us understand how you see it as we have this budget conversation. I wanted to give you that opportunity.
That's a great question.
And yes, and I obviously didn't tell her this in advance, so and it's a big question.
Putting me on the spot. That's good. It's good. So I think what I have to say about that is I do believe that the library fulfills a community center role for not only Marquette, but for our surrounding townships. And to speak on behalf of the library board without having asked them this question is perhaps a little tricky, but I do think that there's a lot of value in the space as it is, and the space just being open and available, regardless of programming and other functions that take place within that space. One thing that Jamie and I have talked about as we started looking at this budget year and seeing that the numbers were not going to come out in a way that was going to be easy to just flesh out a budget, we were going to have to look at other options for our budget as well. One thing that we were really committed to was not cutting library hours, because there does come a point in your budget where you have to look at how to control expenses. You all are doing that right now. It's very hard. And you get to those questions of where do you make the cuts? With a budget like the libraries, almost, you can see from our budget, 75% or so, 70 to 75% of our budget goes straight into staffing. And for some budgets, that's absurd. For libraries, it's not, because that's where all of our money goes, really, to be able to provide the services that we provide. So as we look at our budget and look towards the future, we're really looking at how do we, number one, keep the space open as much as possible so that it can continue to be accessible to the public for as long and as many hours as possible. And following that up is how to keep the staff in that building that we need in order to be a stellar library. I know what you all are faced with this budget year is awful. I don't have any sugarcoating for what you all are doing because it's really hard. And when you're looking at staff wages and you're trying to keep people, right now it's hard to just keep people. It's really important, and it's really hard to have those conversations. So I do think the library board does value the relationship we have with the city very highly. I think it's a partnership, but it's not just a partnership with the city. We have that partnership with our townships as well. So I think it's building that community by several areas, not just the library. You all are investing in lots of different areas. So I guess I'm not sure I'm quite answering your question there, but I do think that it's a partnership, and decisions are really hard right now.
And I note that you have projected significant operational increases because of the increased utility cost, even though I know you've invested heavily in energy efficiency improvements.
Yes.
And your costs for insurance and pension obligations are also going up substantially.
Mm-hmm.
Any other numbers in here that you would like us to pay particular attention to? Those were sort of the big numbers that jumped out at me, but are there any numbers you want us to understand?
Those are the primary numbers from a expense standpoint. I will say that the library has been very frugal for a long time, and have been really focusing on building that fund balance to make us stable into the future. And we have also been working very hard to increase our endowment funds, and this will be the first year that we're taking significant disbursements from every single endowment fund that we have. In the past, we've taken disbursements from the Carol Paul Trust. That's the endowment that's set up to supply music programming for the library. That's really the only endowment we've ever taken from, and this year we're taking from every single one of them because we need it to supplement the budget. So that's to a tune of about, $60,000 that we're supplementing into our budget from our own endowment funds. And we're really, I can't believe that we're able to do that, but that's why we've been working so hard to build up those funds to be able to provide ourselves with sustainability. So it's working. It's not working quite as fast as we would like, but slow but steady.
Thank you.
Yep, you're welcome.
Mr. Stonehouse?
Thank you, Your Honor. First of all, thank you very much, parroting Commissioner Hill, for the font. It's among the first documents we've had today that falls into the category of generally readable, at least decipherable by virtue of size. I think we all know the Peter White Library is one of the keys to Marquette. And when we look at structures we have in the town, and more importantly, the people that man them and make them work, the library, I think, is probably right at the top. I cannot speak more favorably about it. And I would also certainly agree with you in terms of the difficulty that this commission is going to have in trying to get to a final budget conclusion. I certainly hope, however, any impact to the library would be minimal, because you have done exactly what we asked you to do, which was to build a fund balance, to become sustainable, to look at the future. You have done all the right things that this commission, I think, and past commissions have asked. And I would certainly not like to see that penalized by success, if that makes sense. Nonetheless, we certainly will have a difficult time in getting the budget where it needs to be. But please keep doing what you're doing. Please keep leading the community, and especially dealing with our younger generation, the kids that are in and out of that building like nobody's business, and certainly a remarkable thing to see and to nurture, because I think we all know how important the library is, not only in terms of books, but the access it is really to the world. Thank you.
Welcome.
Commissioner Bonzo?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. And I would just note, I don't know exactly what the statistics are for Peter White Public Library, but I know that nationwide, in addition to children, younger adults like age 18 to 25 are one of the highest use demographics for libraries as well. So it's such an important resource for our students and for young people. I live just a couple blocks from the library, and I'm there quite frequently. So thanks for everything you do. I did have a couple questions about your fund balance. So are you viewing the roughly $750,000 fund balance that you currently have more as a rainy day fund of like, we need to preserve this community institution if something really unexpected and negative happens, or are you viewing it more as this is a fund that we will draw on in the future for capital projects that we already expect to have to undertake, so to cash fund those instead of like taking on debt, for example?
So a little bit of both. As you all know, we had a building improvement bond that passed in 2018, and that has been able to future-proof us a little bit with regard to the building and major structural changes that would need to be undertaken. So it is our hope that we wouldn't have to do anything really major in the next 15 years, but it's there if we need it. And of course, the hope with fund balance is that you don't have to use it so that it can stay there in case there is an emergency, or you have a budget year like this where you have a shortfall and you need to supplement a little bit. However, when we discussed this with the library board, they were quite adamant they didn't want to use any more of the fund balance for general operations than was absolutely necessary. Because as you know, you can't do that with your savings at home either. If you have a savings account and every month you're taking from it to pay your bills, you're not going to have a savings account left. And the hope is that we would have it there in case there were building catastrophes, or if we needed to plan to replace any major pieces of equipment, so that we didn't have to go back to the taxpayer and ask for another bond.
That makes sense, and I guess that leads into my second question, which is that if you did have an unexpected decline in revenue of some kind, do you feel that you would likely have to use fund balance to make up for that decline in revenue, like additional fund balance in addition to the roughly 30,000 you budgeted?
I don't know. We have cut the budget in every place that we can before looking at use of fund balance. So I think we would have to look long and hard at every line of the budget to see if there was any other things that we could do to cap additional increases. I hate to say this, but it would likely come at the expense of our staff, because that's really the only thing that's growing in our expenses this year.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, and I would just echo Commissioner Hill's comment about needing long-term fixes to some of the challenges that we're dealing with, and also echo Commissioner Stonehouse that the library's actually been doing the exact opposite of what the city has been doing up until the last year or so in building up fund balance and trying to be fiscally responsible and operating on a relatively frugal budget. Whereas we have spent down millions in fund balance over the last 5-6 years, and I don't think that they should be punished as difficult as it might be for making responsible decisions. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Davis? Okay. So, Andrea, as you know, I guess I'll just say for the community, I'm a huge supporter of the library. I'm there often with my 2 young children. Have gone there since I was a kid, support all you do, and was really impressed through COVID at the number of things, the programming that you increased, enhanced, all that to say I want that to continue. And I know you must understand we're in a really tight budget position. I'm not looking to make like any drastic moves, but I have a couple questions that might set the stage for future conversations.
Sure.
So one question is this $40,000 state revenue sharing that's kind of 2 bullet points down on this slide. Do the neighboring townships who are also part of your library, I don't know what you call it, patronship, do they also contribute in that fashion?
They do not.
Okay.
Nope.
That is important to note because, you know, I want to make sure that we're not the only ones going out on a limb, that maybe we could have some more collaboration that way or divide that up a little bit more equitably if that's something that we could figure out. Additionally, I'm not sure if you're aware, but we're in contract negotiations, and at this point we have no raises built in for our budget. And I was curious if you could share what kind of raises your staff are expecting for this next fiscal year.
2%.
So that's something that we have to take into consideration too, right? How do we make that fair to our own staff while we're also giving money to another organization who is giving raises to? So it's not meant to be a direct, you know, it's not meant to be a dig at you or your organization. I love everything you do, but we're just stuck between a rock and a hard place here. So I don't know how to remedy any of that, but I just feel like it's important to get out in the open and discuss because we're going to have more hard conversations ahead. So. Again, I'm not looking to make any swift changes. I'm not recommending we take that out, but I think it's something we need to take a hard look at for the future.
Yep. I understand.
Yeah.
I do. I understand the position that you all are in.
Yeah. Thank you, Andrea.
Yeah.
Anything else for Andrea with the library or staff on the library? Okay. Well, as I've said before, even if in the future we have to make a change, I'd be, you know, first in line to help with a fundraiser or some other mechanism because it is a critically important service that you provide to our community. So, thank you.
You're welcome.
And obviously, any recommendations that do impact the library or other community organizations will not be coming quickly, and would certainly take some time for the commission to sort that out, and especially the community. So that was not necessarily a recommendation this year.
No, it's in the budget. I'm not hearing any to take it out, but it's just things that we're observing as we move forward, and because we know that this is not the only hard year. We've got 5 years of hard years ahead of us.
Absolutely. So moving on to the next component unit is the Downtown Development Authority, and that starts on page 159. And again, this is a component unit that the budget is set, managed, and monitored by the respective board. And I do believe the executive director, Tara McKinney, is here, and she can also speak on this as well. But looking at the summary here, the revenues are projected to be at just over 1.7 million, and the expenditures are projected to be out at just shy of 1.7 million at 1.68 million. And that does include some capital outlay in there, and obviously the debt service in there as well, and grant matches that are obligated for this next year. And the net revenues over expenditures is looking to be positive at 80,180. And I do believe that they're, based off of the board's discussion at recent meetings and during their budget, there is some significant reinvestment into the organization that they will be considering in the coming years. But I do, like I said, I do have the executive director here ready and willing to speak on that in detail.
So
if you have questions.
Yeah, do we want to, I guess we'll start things off with questions. Pro Tem Mayor on the DDA. And Tara, if you want to join us on the side podium. I'm sure at some point someone will have a question for you, so thank you for being here.
Yeah, no problem.
I'm sorry, what page are we on?
159.
Thank you, I missed that.
I guess I think it would be best to start off with just asking if there are certain aspects of just the budget we have right here that you want to discuss more specifically with us.
Well, for the $80,000 contribution to our fund balance, for this upcoming fiscal year, that is after the 2022 fiscal year, we actually dipped significantly into our fund balance of about 135,000. So we had some extra expenses come in with the installation of the new parking pay stations that were unforeseen. So we did end up dipping into that pretty significantly for 2022. So we are looking to build back up that fund balance to closer to what we've been carrying forward in the past few years. Additionally, we are working on building back up and investing into our maintenance services and our maintenance vehicles. That's something that's kind of been a little bit neglected on our part over the past few years. So we take care of about 6.5 miles of sidewalks in downtown, and that takes a significant amount of time and effort with the current equipment that we have, which is old, and a lot of it is at the end of its life. So we are looking at reinvesting a lot into that as well. So we are purchasing a new articulated loader, which will also be able to move snow in the winter. So it'll be a machine that we can use year round. And we're also looking at sometime this next fiscal year at getting another holder, which is something that I know the city has several of, but it's a very effective snow moving piece of equipment that is small enough to fit on most of our sidewalks in downtown. So it's just getting us really up to speed with that sort of equipment to make it safer and easier for the folks to get around and do business in downtown in the winter.
Okay. At the moment, I don't think I have any questions.
Okay, Commissioner.
Thank
Hill?
you.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you, and congratulations.
Thank you.
Standing up there. And in terms of understanding the impact of the parking garages, that seems to be something where we've been interacting a lot. Is there like a high-level overview of where parking garages stand? Is that, I don't.
We're currently meeting with the people, the people with the Vault project on that particular project, and working through numbers and things like that to make sure that that is something that's going to be fiscally viable for the DDA to take on. So we've been having meetings, I'd say about every other month or so, working through that. We've actually gotten some numbers finally from them that look somewhat realistic after a lot of back and forth. So we're not quite to the point of saying, yes, okay, let's go forward with this, but things are looking better and better in that respect.
So and I guess the real fundamental question is then that going to impact what's going to happen in 2023? Is that you're not, if you're not ready to say that, that's fine. I'm just trying to understand. Because that may also come back on us in 2023 or no at all? On the city, I mean, specifically.
Oh, certainly. I don't.
Commissioner Hill, if I can take your question.
Yeah.
If we're talking specifically about the Vault project, we have a couple documents left for approval on that. The first being the development agreement, which covers the construction of the parking garage, and then the operating agreement, which will cover how that facility is operated, where those funds go, how the funds should be structured. The parking group and its consultant have just kind of come to the end of the study process. So there is a report that's publicly available because it was added to the Brownfield agenda last week and will be added to a city commission agenda in the future when it becomes kind of more relevant to, becomes an item of discussion again. From the documentation I've seen, we've been able to provide for not only site-specific parking, but general public parking as well. So according to those numbers, that was a successful goal. And then the fee structure is anticipated to cover costs for it. So that isn't something that that touches the city budget at all. The capture is entirely within the DDA, but and none of the expenses come on to the city as a result of that project. And when it does go online, the parking garage more than pays for itself in terms of operation and maintenance. Does that sound fair, Tara?
Yes.
Okay.
That's good news. And then on page 156 is the 2022-23 initiatives. I don't know if you have that in front of you. Not to go through all of them. Again, you guys do a lot of work and do a lot of good for the community. But are there any ones you want to highlight in particular as higher priority or more impact, or just, again, sort of giving you a platform to speak on what you're going to be working on?
Sure. Yep. So I already touched on, improving our maintenance fleet and things like that. We are looking at, increasing the amount that we are contributing to our facade grant initiative. So far this year, it's been very successful. We were able to fund, I believe it was 6 projects in downtown, and contributing $30,000 towards private businesses being able to invest into the facades of their businesses. So we are increasing that to $50,000 this year, so that we will be able to assist even more businesses with improving the facade and the overall appearance of the buildings in downtown Marquette. Other things that we are going to continue to look at is exploring a TIF district for the 3rd Street corridor. Currently we don't have a TIF for 3rd Street, so that is something that we are constantly hearing from the businesses on 3rd Street, that there are a lot of improvements that they would like to see to the street, to street amenities, to street trees, things like that. Currently we don't have the TIF there to help cover those funds. So that is something we are going to continue to look at and pursue. And really, we're also looking at a rebrand of the farmers market. The farmers market got a grant actually in fiscal year 2022 that we're carrying forward to 2023. So they will be, she'll be doing a lot of, Sarah Johnson, our farmers market manager, will be doing a rebranding there. That's a great part of downtown. It's kind of a jewel on a Saturday morning. It's a great thing, and it's had the same brand for a very long time. So it's something that we want to freshen up, to highlight, because it's something that really deserves that.
And so that leads me to the last one, which is the social districts. Do we want to say anything about that right now? I'm excited about it.
I can talk a little bit about that. So we're just right now in the exploratory phase of that particular project. It is something that is relatively new in the state of Michigan. It's only 2 or 3 years old. And there are 2 other communities in the UP that currently participate in social districts. So it's something that I've started looking at and will continue to look at going forward. But we definitely want to get a lot of input from our businesses and our community, and the police department, everybody involved in that, our restaurants, our bars, things like that, to make sure that it's something that's really going to work for downtown, and then also making sure that we're implementing that in the best way possible, so that it serves everybody in a good way and it's not detrimental to downtown.
Thank you.
Commissioner Stonehouse?
Your Honor, I have no questions, other than thanking the DDA for the great work they do and what they've given us in a live and vibrant downtown.
Well, thank you.
Commissioner Bonzel?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I also noticed in the 2022-23 initiatives list on page 156 that you mentioned the possibility of exploring future paid parking on 3rd Street. I think the TIF district conversation is, a different one that we'll have in the future, but given the city's current fiscal constraints and long-term fiscal outlook. I think that's something that we all probably have some initial concerns about, just given that we're foregoing future revenue incrementally. So I'd prefer to see us explore something like paid parking on Third before we look at a TIF district expansion. And I'm curious how much, if you have any estimate or idea at all, how much additional permit or meter fee revenue you could get by expanding paid parking onto Third Street.
That is a good question. I don't have any preliminary numbers on that. I want to say I'm just going to throw out a number here. There's around 100 or so on-street parking spaces on Third Street. One of the issues that we do run into there is there's not really public off-street parking. So that is one of the parts of that, is that really any public parking is on-street. So navigating our way forward with on-street parking being paid parking is a little bit of a fine line to walk. But looking at that, it is a request we've had from businesses, and that the turnover that we see with the paid parking on Washington Street, on Front Street, doesn't happen as readily up on Third Street without that paid component there. So a lot of businesses on Third Street have the problem of somebody being in front of their business all day long, keeping other people from being able to shop there easily. So that would help certainly bring in some revenue for us, and also help that turnover for those businesses.
Yeah, that makes sense. You said that there are about 100 on-street parking spaces on Third Street.
Give or take, yeah.
Give or take. Give or take, about how many total paid parking spaces do we have downtown?
A little over 1,000. Yep.
Okay.
So,
all right. So that maybe gives us some sort of, at least, back of the envelope idea of how much revenue you're talking about. Okay, thank you. That's helpful. I do not have any further questions.
Commissioner Davis?
I don't really have questions on this year's budget. Congratulations on your new position. And thank you for all the DDA does for the city. It seems to me, I just make the observation that it seems to me with some of the things that you've got coming up in the next, that this budget will look real different 2 to 3 years from now, especially with the additional parking structure and the potential for the TIF and the parking on Third Street. So it'll be interesting to see how your budget changes over the years.
for certain.
Commissioner Hanley?
Thank you. I want to piggyback a little bit off of what Commissioner Bonzal was going over. Is there a reason that you can't just put paid parking without free parking on Third Street? I mean, a lot of cities don't have a free public parking access.
Oh,
so.
certainly. Well, our main issue right now with that is that it's very cost prohibitive to put those paid parking pay stations on the street right now. The ones that we put in throughout downtown cost, for the 38 total, they cost somewhere in the neighborhood of, I believe it was more than $350,000 for that. So that's part of the reason that we dipped so significantly into our fund balance for fiscal year 2022. Without having, that TIF for Third Street, we don't have that base for Third Street to invest that right now. So that's something that we're going to, like I said, be exploring, but we don't, like I said, have that base of funds to invest initially for Third Street specifically.
Is it, I don't know what you did with the old parking meters, but would it be something that you could do with just regular parking meters? I know going back in the Stone Age, but.
That's a good question. So the parking meters that we had, that we removed, were functionally obsolete. They were running on SIM cards that were basically G2. We're at basically G5 now, so those got phased out, and they were something that could not be upgraded.
Gotcha.
So unfortunately, as of, I believe, August 1st, they would not work, period. So
Oh, wow.
They have now all been recycled. They are done.
Makes sense. I will, I mean, it's not a question, but it is a comment that I would definitely encourage the social districts. I think it would be an amazing thing. I've had a lot of businesses that have actually reached out about us doing a social district, especially along that 3rd Street corridor right there. So I would encourage that. I would be very excited to see that happen.
Certainly.
Other than that, I'm good.
Congratulations, Tara. We're glad to have you
Thank you.
heading the charge for the DDA. I have a question that I'm hoping might be a little bit of a win from prior years.
Sure.
Farmers Market.
Yes.
Back in maybe like, what, 2018, this commission really charged the DDA with the subsidy that the city of Marquette was paying towards farmers market. Could you provide us an update on how that's going?
Sure, let me get to the actual.
I don't remember how much it used to be, but it's something that I believe we have been phasing out. I know you've increased fees, which has been a little difficult at the farmers market, but
Yeah, we have increased fees for the upcoming year, for sure. But you're wondering,
or maybe if our city staff can talk to the history of that as well.
We don't have the history.
Do we pay a subsidy?
No.
We used to.
That's what I
oh,
heard.
okay, sure.
So we don't, so that is a win, and that's, I mean,
Yes.
that's really what I wasn't 100% sure. I thought maybe I was missing it, or, so we no longer have a subsidy that goes directly to the farmer's market.
Correct. And right now, in past years, we've seen a significant deficit there, which we have been able to reduce over the years. And right now, we're at about a $14,000 deficit, which for us is right in line with a number that we see as acceptable.
It used to be much higher, so.
It was
I think
in
that's
years
what you're
past.
referring to, Madam Mayor.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, in 2020, I was negative $51,000, so.
And I think it was even a little higher than that in 2018, and that's okay. It
And
was
just to be clear, we being the DDA was subsidizing, not we being the city.
Yeah, we didn't
Subsidized.
subsidize with the general fund?
No.
Okay.
That was out of the DDA budget.
I misremembered
Yes.
that, I'm sorry. It's hard, a
It
lot of
happens.
numbers, a lot of
It
years. Okay, well, I'm glad the farmer's market is on a little bit more solid footing. so.
Yes,
Okay,
definitely.
I think that's the only question I had. Anything else from city staff on DDA?
And typically, farmers markets are a difficult thing to take on in cities, and they generally cannot be profitable. And this has been something I've been following closely, sitting on the DDA board, and I'm really impressed with the changes that have been made, and then the real forward thinking on how to profit off of that farmers market. And they are very popular amongst tourism and residents.
Well, thank you. Thank you.
So next up, we're going to move on to the Brownfield Redevelopment Authority.
Okay.
This is something we spent, a significant amount of time talking about the past year with the individual components, and there was a work session done last year where I gave a presentation on it in depth. So if you have questions about updates on projects or something like that, feel free to send them over to me. And it would probably be something I could handle on an individual basis, or we could talk about a work session in the future. But in terms of their budget, they're another component unit of the city. They're an authority with the board appointed by the city commission. They have a total of 12 funds. The administrative fund, which covers the executive director and consulting fees, and office space and general administrative costs. The revolving loan fund, which takes capture from the end of certain projects and puts it into a fund for different uses, which we can go into. And then 10 project funds, which represent our 10 brownfield captures, of which about half are in the DDA and the other half are, affect city capture. So all the revenue for the Brownfield Redevelopment Authority comes from tax capture and interest, and the expenditures follow the approved plans as approved by the Brownfield Redevelopment Authority, the City of Marquette, and then various state agencies, and they follow the reimbursement agreements that are also passed.
So we're on this page, right? And then
Oh,
is
my
there a page in the book? You have to
Page-
hear all this
page-
going on up here.
Page 84. Page 84 starts with the
Thank you.
actual budget, which, again, we weren't going to go necessarily into detail, but the summary is really what we want, perhaps
Yeah.
of particular
Thank you.
interest.
I was just providing the background there, and then this slide here, I think, is everyone's favorite. because it shows each of our major projects. It shows estimated year of completion, revolving loan contributions, and general fund contributions after completion. So it's kind of the meat of, what have we done with brownfield financing? When are those investments going to bear out, and how much are they going to be for? Because that's really what brownfield funding is. It's an investment into property in the city that will pay back eventually.
And this schedule is included in, there's I think a paper-clipped packet. There's one page in the back, I believe, for this summary.
So I can answer specific questions on this. Executive Director Sherry Davey is also in the audience, and she can answer questions.
I guess one question, Sean, do you mind to just pick any one of these and run through, like, I mean, I could read it, but I'm having kind of a hard time processing as you're talking. So like if you take 231 West Patisserie, what these numbers mean in each column.
Sure, and just preface it with, this is DDA capture, so it's not something that affects the city budget, the 231 in particular.
Okay, if you want to pick a different one, that's, I don't know.
No, but
Okay.
it's an easy one to talk about. That is a smaller project, and I don't know if anyone remembers, but that was the House of, it was Muse, right? House of Muse, that's what it was called. It was before my time in Marquette. But it was a music venue that burned out from the inside and was boarded up for a significant amount of time on 3rd Street. They faced, significant property depreciation and challenges with redevelopment. What brownfield funding was able to do was give them reimbursements after they invested in the building to help cover some of those initial costs. So what you see on the first line is tax revenue still retained in the general fund, and this is an important part of tax increment financing. You have the taxable value and the taxes paid at the beginning of the project. Those taxes paid are paid throughout the life of the project. That's the same for any project we do. They continue to pay taxes at that rate. The thing about brownfield is once you do the improvements, anything above that initial level is captured to help pay for the improvements, and those are eligible improvements as defined by state law. So in this case, tax revenues were at $342 per year. With the investment that they put into that at the end of their capture cycle, we're looking at $7,151 per year. So that's a significant investment. And, it's much smaller than some of the other ones we are looking at, like Duke Life Point or Founders Landing or the new hospital project, for instance. But it's still significant. It shows that we enabled someone to take a building that didn't necessarily have a future, invest in it, and we see a return in taxes, and the community sees a return of that building to, a functional purpose. The estimated year completion is basically the life of the brownfield plan. It can be up to 30 years. Not all of them hit that level. Most are at the higher level of things. But this is the year we expect all eligible expenses to be paid off. So their bill they give us after they redeveloped for us to pay back through the captured revenue. That's what year we think it's going to be done, because you don't pay it all back at once. It's not like the general fund, just writes them a check. It's every year the taxes are captured. They can submit invoices and be reimbursed for the money that they spent. The revolving loan contributions, by Michigan state law, you can have a portion of the capture be dedicated to a brownfield revolving loan fund. This is something that's a component of several of our projects. The City Commission has removed it from others. But basically, the Brownfield Redevelopment Authority is able to use this fund to fund basically anything you would fund under a brownfield redevelopment plan. There's some creativity you can get into that. I can speak a little bit more on that, and it might be better suited for another conversation, but I can at the end of this explanation. The next row is the public good contribution. This is something that we generally require of each one of our brownfield plans, and that is, not only are you going to do the public good by repurposing a burnt out building or rehabilitate an environmentally contaminated space, but you're also going to need to do something for the public in general. So for 231 West, it was the walkway right next to the building, that stairwell. So that helped fund that. And it's a smaller project, so it's a smaller public improvement funding. We look at the new hospital, it funded the Municipal Service Center, which is a huge public good. total outstanding debt, that's how much obligations are left on the project. So basically, when you look at the estimated year of completion, you look at the tax revenue, the difference between what it's paying now and what it was paying at the beginning of the project, that is what that tax revenue is paying down, is those obligations. And then the environmental remediation column, row is for projects that have environmental remediation. Is that kind of?
Yes, thank you, Sean. And obviously, we can apply that across. I mean, I think it's good for, I mean, I think the commission could sit and figure that out, but as we're talking, and it's just good to go through it, and then for the benefit of the public as well to understand.
It's more of a kind of receive and file kind of budget, and, you know, the Brownfield Authority has its annual presentation, and we've had work sessions on this topic, and like I said, I'm happy to talk about anybody about brownfields at any time, and I frequently do. So,
Thank you, Sean.
Ask one question quickly, please.
Sure.
You've given the date that it switches over to the Brownfield Development Fund. At what date does the money now now switch to the general fund?
the estimated year of completion is when all captures are done.
All taxes are done. Now, but it's going to the general, but initially it goes to the revolving fund, right?
That estimated year of completion is inclusive of the local brownfield refund capture.
Okay, so at that point, the date you've given here is the date it's going now to general fund.
Yes.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Your Honor.
Sure, I'll actually, well, unless, we can salt and pepper it, but then I'm not gonna go down the line. That's fine. Commissioner Davis.
You mentioned that there are 10 brownfield projects right now, and there's 6 on this sheet that we have. Could you tell us about the others?
So these are the active projects as of currently, right now is August 2022, and so there would be 4 others that are not necessarily considered active,
Okay.
and those that would be
Like the Ordoc and the Vault?
Ordoc, Vault, Cliffstow, and the old hospital redevelopment project. Which is
Okay.
really a good point to make as well, that as you see the number of projects increasing on the list, why it is so important to really minimize, and when you have the opportunity to minimize the expenditures for reimbursement, such as demolition for the old hospital, why that is so important, that they try to find outside funding for that. And why we are so supportive of grant funding and the state budget appropriation that is identified for demolition.
Okay, another question. Is Founders Landing not contributing to the revolving loan contributions?
They are. That plan has so many amendments to it, and it's a complex number to try and put together at this point. And it's going to be a while before that one's fully built out with all of the hotel additions and phases
And
that's going
additional
through.
housing, and,
Yes, yes.
okay.
Without a doubt, it's our most complicated brownfield plan.
Perhaps it would have been good to redo the whole brownfield rather than amendments.
You run into state issues with that, but yeah, I mean, it's a longer conversation.
But you like those conversations, Sean.
I do. I don't know if everyone in the room feels the same way.
Commissioner Bonzel.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. So I have a question. We've heard several times today that, you know, roughly speaking, we're looking at maybe about 5 years of tight budgets like we're facing this year until we start getting some additional revenue coming in. And when we look at this chart, my understanding is that's mostly because we're waiting for some of our capital improvement bonds to be retired, and then also waiting for these various brownfield projects to start hitting the general fund in terms of tax revenue. Looking at this chart, however, we're like over a decade out from, according to the projected year of completion, from seeing that general fund tax revenue. So could you all just like square that circle for me of like, how is it that about 5 years from now we figure we'll have enough additional revenue that will be like okay?
Yeah, so the 5-year long-term outlook is really focusing on some of that debt that is retired, and then some of the other increases in taxable value at a very modest and conservative rate. But then also, when we look at fiscal year 28, there are other things that are, coming on potentially, and one of those with possibility of a limited and shortened reimbursement period or capture period for the old Marquette General redevelopment project that could potentially be coming online in some capacity within 5 years because of the reduction of the reimbursement eligible costs that we are getting with state funding. And so when we look at the long-term outlook, you see at the bottom, there are refunding bonds that are being paid off, other capital improvement bonds that are being paid off in 26, 27, and 28. And then also it is noted that the Hemlock project would be projected to have paid off the local development agreement amount of $2 million by that time as well. So all the tax revenue that we would be receiving from that is no longer paying off the commitment that we had for infrastructure and other improvements.
Okay, thank you. That makes sense.
Any other discussion from the commission who hasn't had a chance to speak yet? Commissioner Hill?
On the benefits piece of the brownfield summary, it may, I don't know if this number is easily available, but to also put a monetary value on those numbers, just in, not that we need that right away, but in terms of helping people understand the fiscal impact of these projects, because there's this sense that brownfields are only a cost, but in fact there are funds being spent inside these projects that go to public benefit. And the question of what those public benefits can be, could be, should be, as we look at these next 4 projects is going to be really, really important. And I hope that the community is engaged with us, and the developers and commission are very active in that conversation. As someone who came on to this commission in 2018, it's not always clear it has not been clear to me. It has not been clear to me how that public benefit was actually identified and how, and what its fiscal contributions were. And again, I really applaud that the presentation of the information in this way, because it does allow us to see how it all fits together. But I am very, there's a lot of questions about brownfields, and if it was easier to identify that happened, but then that also led to this, I think the public deserves to know where that money is going, and in particular, how it was decided. Like, I voted on the Customs House. Where do those negotiations happen? How is this, how is that done? I think that deserves a little more transparency than what is currently happening. And that said, I think it's really exciting that we're about to get a new public benefit for our community, which are the Walk the Piers. And so, which is a really spectacular investment in our waterfront and in our access to Lake Superior. So can you speak to where that's going? Because I understand that things are moving really well with that project, but to let the public know.
If I could just touch on the first part of your comment, it would be relatively easy, I think, to put a dollar amount to the public good contributions, because most of that is public dollars being spent and then reimbursed. So it's almost its own category of reimbursement with those projects. It's things we're able to add on to it. And in terms of, where do these public good contributions come from? It's just a discussion. You look at a project like the ORDOC, they came in with an idea of, establishing that extension of the Rosewood corridor, and propose it as a part of their plan. That can happen quite frequently. City staff can negotiate, a portion of public good as an identified need, like a water main replacement with the UP State Bank or the Municipal Service Center with the Duke Life Point project. there's not a set process for it. It can be a suggestion by the developer, it can be a suggestion by the Brownfield Redevelopment Authority or the city, and it just, each project's a little bit different. You know, we only have 10 of these, so each one has been its own animal, so to speak. in
I'm
each
hearing a
process.
need for new sidewalk snowplows. How can we get sidewalk snowplows on the list? I'll cut to the chase.
Yeah, and there's certain things that, you know, the state act can fund. You know, a machine is not, unfortunately, one of them. You know, you could do sidewalk improvements in front of the general area that, you know, a development.
Should we
is
introduce
happening.
them to snow, perhaps? That would help. Okay, so, sorry,
So
point made.
You know, Act 381 really defines what you can do with public, with brownfield funds and, you know, responsible management of public dollars. So it's, you know, it's not the strictest of guidelines, but there is a set amount of parameters on what you can do. So it's just a conversation when each one of these projects comes up, and it's a unique conversation.
If we painted it, I don't, anyway, okay. But yeah, what about the piers? Where are the piers going?
Can I chime in before we get to the peers? In my recollection of these conversations, it's usually something that's either been on that Sleeping Dragons or the Prince Charming's list that the commission has long defined with public input through the master planning process as a need. Now, those needs change through time, so sometimes something is in a plan, as evidenced by the Vault project, when they wanted to do something at Lower Harbor, and we said, actually, that, you know, that may have been in a prior plan, but that's not really a top priority. We actually need these things instead, and kind of that redirection. So that's been my experience, but it is a little nebulous, I will say.
And that's a really good example. You know, that was a developer that came in, read our downtown plan, read kind of like the wish list that was in that plan, and said, I'd like to offer these as a portion of my, you know, development to be publicly funded through the TIF dollars, have dedicated revenue towards that. The commission expressed some different ideas about how those dollars will be allocated. So it was a negotiation, it was a discussion, and the overall public benefit ended up being that parking facility. And that was a main portion of what they proposed. So, I mean, it's just a discussion, I guess.
Transparency.
I know, and do something related to that. This is getting to be a very complicated, question, so I'm losing track a little bit. Go ahead, Pro Tem Mayor.
Thank you. Just going back to my time on the Brownfield Authority, maybe the executive director could send this to the commission. We had essentially, you know, Brownfield Authority has its own policies. There was a basic minimum criteria for the public good aspect, and there was a priority policy aspect of it as well that clearly and very easy to understand outlines almost in a bullet point format what public good or services qualify for it. And that just might be a useful thing for even just future reference for the commission to have.
I can absolutely send that to the
If you have that
commission.
as well, Sean.
And just in terms of transparency, I just like to state that, you know, Brownfield Authority meetings happen every month. These discussions happen there. These discussions happen at the city commission level. There are public hearings involved. There are work sessions and special meetings involved, as everyone's seen the past year. So I feel like there is a significant amount of transparency when it comes to brownfield projects, just finding a way to get people to look at the processes as they're happening might be something we need to take on a little bit better. And I think we've really been trying to explore that with the old hospital project. But instead of looking back and saying, oh, I disagree with it, you know, as it was passed, getting people to look at the conversations as they're happening is probably something we can work on. But I do feel like we have the processes for transparency set up. It's just maybe not everyone's looking.
So and then the second part of Commissioner Hill's question was the founders, I didn't want to lose that, the founders peer project update.
Yep, so I think recently we had kind of detailed some item list here, and it's looking, it's going along quite quickly. I think there's some significant visual changes that you see when you look, you know, from above. You see that the sunshades have been put up. They're working on the last of the fill on a couple of areas in there, and it is hoping to have a ribbon cutting ceremony in somewhat mid-October time before snowfall and snow flies here. So it is moving along, and there may be some other aesthetic improvements that need to be completed at a later date, such as landscaping, but they're trying to work as quickly as possible, as much as the weather permits.
And I saw, I think Commissioner Davis's hand, sorry, that got complicated there for a minute.
Well, I'm debating whether or not to ask this question. I think I know the answer, and as I try to explain it to other people, I think Sean might be able to do it better. So I'm curious as to how you would answer this.
A lot of pressure, Commissioner Davis.
Well, I get asked quite frequently in the community, why can't we decrease the number of years before the tax money comes back to the city? And I kind of answer it by, well, there's some sort of a magic formula with taxes and all that. But, please feel free to help me answer that to some of the community
Absolutely.
members.
That's actually a fantastic question. It's something I've heard quite a bit. When you have a brownfield agreement, it is really a minimum of a 3-party agreement between the developers, between the Brownfield Authority, and between the city. And you can have other parties to that. The state has a level of approval of that. But you have a binding legal agreement to have this project have a certain amount of payback and eligible expenses and over a certain amount of time. That's part of what we call the, not just like the Brownfield plan, but the reimbursement agreement, where it sets out those reimbursement schedules. We're just one party to that. We can't unilaterally change a legal agreement like that. So we made a commitment to this project. We have to uphold our side of the commitment, just like we can make sure that the developing party upholds their side of the commitment through the development agreement, making sure they build what's promised. We can shorten capture through things like state grants, which the Vault project has been pursuing through Eagle to help take care of some of their environmental remediation. The new hospital project was awarded $8 million in the state budget. That significantly decreases the amount of capture period. We're also pursuing community development block grant funds for that project as well, which also decreases it. So you have a plan that approves like a 17-year capture. Well, with the injection of up to $16 million, you see that capture go from 17 years to something like 10 years. So by finding other revenue sources, you can limit the capture because you're funding those eligible expenses. And then when you do things like increase the millage rate, that also increases the capture that's dedicated to those, so that can reduce the amount of time. So increasing revenue for projects and finding alternative sources of revenue for projects will decrease that. But in terms of just going back and saying we're not going to fund you for as many years, you can't break a legal agreement like that.
Okay, so the question becomes that I get back is, well, why can't we change that in the initial agreement? Why can't we say we're not going to give you 20 years, we'll give you 17 years? So I'm assuming there's some sort of a magic formula there.
Yeah, I know that's part of the plans that are approved. Each of these projects has asked for a certain amount of reimbursable activities. We have a budget that's attached to that and a reimbursement and development agreement that covers that. So you can say, we're not going to cover all these expenses. You can say, we're not going to include the local brownfield revolving fund capture, as this commission has done in some projects, which will reduce the capture period for a number of years. I mean, there is an amount of discretion on what you will or will not cover. And that goes back to when we have these agreements in front of us, the commission has made alterations to them. They have said we want to fund this, but not that. It's part of that agreement negotiation process that happens at these public meetings. So the commission has done that to, provide a shorter answer for you. It's just, you can't go back and do it. Does that help?
Yep. Just as a note, we are running a little bit tight on time, so I'm starting to get a little, go ahead, Commissioner. I just seeing more hands, and we're going to have to move on pretty quickly here. Go ahead.
I think the one thing that I would add to the answer to Sally's would be, we can't make it shorter because we can't increase the amount of taxes that are going to that, which is where it's coming from, right? Because the taxes are what the taxes are on that building. And that's how much money gets collected or gets captured, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
Should it be?
Okay. I thought you were about can you remove components of reimbursement?
I got where she was going.
My head went too far in the weeds.
A good note is that the increase in the operating millage does assist a little bit, but not by years, by any means.
All right, let's go ahead and move on to special
revenue funds.
Thank you. Special revenue funds, which I think we might have to go a little bit quickly through so we can get to the LDFA and Lakeview Arena a little bit later on.
Yeah. So special revenue funds within the budget book start on page 71. And while it may seem awkward to kind of rush through them, it's not necessarily because there's any real intent to not discuss it. Many of these actually do just kind of operate as a pass-through. But with that being said, we do have 12 special revenue funds that you do see listed here, and we will at least touch on what those funds do and any changes that are significant. The special revenue funds receive revenue that are dedicated for a very specific reason. So I make that point only because while we may charge things for certain services that are within these special revenue funds, that by no means helps the general fund and cannot legally help the general fund either. So very, very specific uses that are really restricted by city charter, ordinances, resolutions, and state and federal statutes. So and those expenditures must meet those really limited uses. So the ones that you probably know the most about and hear the most about, and that we will probably spend a little bit more time on, are those major and local street funds. And those, as I said, can be started on page 71. And the important points on the major and local street funds for this year, the major changes that you would be seeing, and we don't have a slide for it, I just want you to follow along and absorb this, but there are no debt issuances that we are anticipating for these funds, because there's not going to be those capital outlay or capital projects that we typically see and that we've seen in the past and have accomplished. So those are the major changes you'd be seeing in the major and local street funds. And just as a reminder for all of you, but also the public as well, major and local street and our road funds receive revenue from those gas taxes and other appropriations specifically for road maintenance. And yes, we do receive some grant funding that we seek out and we do apply for very specific projects, and we do try to maximize our dollars in that regard, but that is not going to be happening over this next year. The general fund does provide a contribution into major and local streets in order to cover debt service. That is a general obligation, and that is how we are able to utilize the state dollars that come in from the gas tax for operations specifically. So there is a risk or possibility that the general fund would have to contribute in as an operating subsidy if we do incur significant overtime for either work maintenance or general snow plowing, which is always risky. So those are your major and local street funds, which is funds 202 and 203. We do kind of just focus on routine maintenance, non-motorized maintenance, preservation, winter maintenance, some administration costs, which are very limited per state law, and other things like the business routes that we receive specific funding for. So not many significant changes in that, because there's not any capital projects. Moving along to Fund 211, which does start at page 79, is the Public Art Fund. And this Public Art Fund is a dedicated fund to support the inclusion of works of art in the public spaces in the city. This does cover art installation in some of those projects, and that you do see is funded through a general fund contribution that is set by commission policy. I do believe that is policy 2017-01, and that contribution is $30,400. That fund has been accumulating a fund balance, but typically those fund balances are built up in order to accomplish a larger, more costly art installation at this point. So if there are changes, like when we make those changes in the general fund that would impact this fund, this fund would feel it quite significantly. Moving on to the sanitation fund, which is Fund 227, and that's page 82. This is funded through user fees. It covers a contract cost that we have and other costs that are for sanitation services, rubbish, things like that. So these fees are, they are set to cover that cost of providing those services. If there is a fund balance that is built into that, typically it goes into improvements made to some of the sites that we do manage and operate to handle this material. And again, set to cover costs to go through that. The next fund that is classified as a special revenue fund because of the way that it operates is the Local Development Finance Authority. So we are going to jump a few pages because Brownfield is kind of following that just based off of the fund number in sequence order. So the Local Development Finance Authority is page 97. And this functions as a pass-through. This is, tax increment revenue that comes in, a capture. And there is a contract that the LDFA has with what you see as Innovation Marquette as a smart zone. And that money essentially is collected from the local capture, which is the city dollars, as well as the state capture and the state education millage that goes also to the LDFA. So I know that this is something that has been recently discussed at a city commission meeting at the annual presentation. So I do want to just mention that the LDFA board approves the budget, but it is a pass-through. Money is received, and it is passed through to that contract and that agreement. So I do want to be able to maybe take a pause here before I move on, just to kind of.
Do we want to talk about this in detail now, or do we want to circle back to it once you get through all these funds?
Madam Mayor, what do you think is best?
Let's get through the majority,
Got
and
it.
then we can circle back to some of maybe the hot topics, if that's okay with you.
That sounds like a great plan.
Thank you.
Yep. Next is the Cable TV Franchise Fund, or the PEG Fund. That is page 99. These revenues are received through the cable franchise agreements that you have, and they're used in order to facilitate the broadcasting of government information out to the public. Back in the day, I think when I started government, those funds would continue to increase year after year. However, because of streaming subscriptions, cable TV is suffering a little bit, and you do not see as many cable TV users as you do streaming services. So it's something to keep in mind. This does go into the, can go into funding equipment or improvements in order to broadcast. Many communities don't have the ability to go into digital or still in analog, so we are fortunate enough that we have been able to accomplish those kinds of things. Again, a pass-through, it comes in and it goes out for services. Next is the Drug Law Enforcement Fund, and that is page 101. These revenues are collected through assets that are seized from activities involving controlled substance violations. So again, it's hard to budget. We don't know what we'll receive. We do know that they're busy. And those expenditures are spent for very specific reasons in order to further, needs and services to address the drug issues that they are seeing. So very specific uses. Again, it's hard to budget, but in the past, typically you can see some funds coming in and going out and building up a fund balance in order for a larger expenditure for that. Very specific uses for the police department. Next is the Road Maintenance Fund, which is on page 103. This one is one that might sound somewhat familiar because this is with the trucking agreement for Eagle Mine, and revenues that we're looking for 23 will be one of the last years that we have that, and going into fiscal year 24, we'll start seeing kind of a pause on that as the updated amendment contract, or the amendment has taken in effect after that. So in total, the contract will really provide about $573,000 for capital improvements, above the debt service obligation that it currently has for some of those improvements as well.
Question?
Mm-hmm.
The new nickel mine that's being proposed, is there conversations about having the same kind of agreement at this time?
I don't believe that we've been approached about the route that they would be taking or what that looks like. That's something certainly we can put on our watch list.
Thank you.
Our next fund is somewhat similar, is the Road Safety Improvement Fund, and that starts on page 104. This is really the final year to receive revenues in this fund as well, per that agreement with the Eagle Mine. I don't believe the new agreement or the amendment has any safety improvements included in that payment, but that is fine at this point. The available funding or funds for safety improvements along the trucking corridor are totaling about $1.1 million. Next is the Criminal Justice Training Fund, and that is Fund 105. That funding is received from the state through that Public Act 302 of 1982, and because those revenues are very, very specific, they are used for specific expenditures, such as, criminal justice in-service training. And typically that gets used 1-for-1 each year, does not carry a large balance. Next is the Senior Services Fund. That is page 108. I think we all understand and remember that the voted city millage for senior services generates about $230,000 annually, and that's what this fund accounts for. And we also have additional funding in there that is from the county's millage as well, and we contract with the county to provide those services for county residents, and that's approximately $400,000 in contributions. So those revenues, along with the state funding, really provide those in-home services and recreational activities for our seniors that we have in our area. They do have a fund balance that they are currently really, taking careful consideration on how they're spending that, and that is going to be used for a greater initiative as well. And then the last special revenue fund that we do have is Lakeview Arena, and that is on page 138. And with Lakeview Arena, that has been a topic that we covered, started to dabble in with the general fund just because it is somewhat tied to the general fund. But there are revenues and fees that are, charged, or fees that are charged in order to earn revenue, such as admission fees, sales, things like that. And user groups, there are a number of user groups that we contract with to utilize our facility and have a guaranteed revenue source for the year. And again, those revenues are not covering the expenditures. And again, the general fund does contribute funds for the debt service and the TELP payment. And then obviously in years past, there has been a subsidy as well. So at this point, they do have a carrying fund balance of just over $200,000. And yet this year they are projecting to have a shortfall in revenues over expenditures of about $244,000. That is the list of the special revenue funds. So I think that's a really good time to kind of pause and revisit whatever funds and topics we would like to cover.
Well, I think Lakeview Arena and the LDFA are two. Let's start with Lakeview Arena since that's fresh, maybe, and then go back to LDFA.
Sure.
I guess before we get into commissioner comments and questions, could you explain a little bit more of maybe what we've done in the past coming from the general fund to subsidize, if I'm using the right words, right? I get a little muddled sometimes, but, and then what we're proposing this year with asking them to use their fund balance to cover some of that and how that's different, I guess.
Certainly. 138 is Lakeview Arena, just so that we're all on the same page. So in the past, and I'm going to actually look at Mary for some of this, just because I don't have the history in front of me. But in fiscal year 2022, the current year that we are in, we had projected a subsidy of about $281,000 into Lakeview Arena for operations. At this point, we're projected only to be at $174,000. So there are things that they are aware of, and they are trying to manage and change. And some of that does come in the form of employee time, overtime, and things like that. But it is quite limited. And Mary, did you have a trend or other history that you can speak of on the subsidy?
I think the transfers to the Lakeview Arena ended up being more of a year-end wrap-up kind of a thing once we saw how their operations ended up for the end of the fiscal year. And it was only through the recent years, now that I've taken on budgeting, did I become aware of the challenge in making sure that there was the debt service coverage there. So the way we started approaching budgeting these last 2 years now has been, all right, let's make sure the general fund is aware that there's this debt service component. And I really tried to isolate what that operational component is going to be. And so that is what has kind of set up the conversations now for what can we do operationally now with Lakeview Arena. And, you know, when it comes to the subsidy that is applied to the general fund, we kind of have to look at it too, like it's still a recreational service that the general fund is providing. It's just that it's in a different fund. So if you look at what we have in our budgets for Parks and Rec, you know, is this subsidy really any different than what we're providing to Lakeview Arena? So, but they do have the opportunity to, with user fees and things like that too, and some operational structuring. I did want to point out one of the unique things for this fiscal year 23 is they have an opportunity with NMU for summer ice. And that has been a longstanding question about what does it cost to have summer ice going. So this is going to be a good year to finally test that.
Yeah, and that's actually a great point. That is a major change that you would be seeing in some of the use and admission fees, along with some of the other expenditures that go along with it, such as the largest one being wages and other utilities. It does look, we are projecting to have a cost-neutral agreement, so it would be $67,000 is what they're estimating in cost for having summer ice for that period of time to meet the needs of the user groups that depend on summer ice and typically have that use through the NMU arena.
And that's because of maybe construction going on at NMU?
They're replacing their compressors next summer.
So they've asked us to provide summer ice. I couldn't remember
Yes.
the full conversation. So that's for next summer,
That is-
23.
Yep, that is for next summer of 23. And it is important to note that the reason why a facility like, NMU can have summer ice is because their infrastructure is very different than ours. We do have to have a downtime in order to allow the ground underneath our arena and our ice to thaw. Otherwise, we will be risking cracking our flooring, which is costly to replace. So while this is going to be a one-time thing and kind of almost dabbling in it to see if that is a viable option even, it's not something that we can have year-round ice. We do have to have a couple of months of downtime in order for that ground to thaw. But right now, we are projecting it to cost us about $67,000 for one of those sheets of ice. Interesting.
I think it's going to be just a great community partnership with Northern.
And in many of the conversations when we talk about what needs to happen at Lakeview Arena or in the services that we provide from Lakeview Arena is really try to reevaluate what the community needs and wants in a facility such as that. And sometimes that those opinions are coming from even outside the city limits as well. So our users are not just limited to city residents, which is awfully easy to assume and then pass along through taxes. It's something that we have to look at beyond city limits even potentially. And those come in the form of partnerships.
I think that's a nice summary. I'll open it up to the commission now. We'll start it off with Commissioner Hill. I do have some thoughts I'll share once we get to the end of the line here. Thanks.
Thank you. I know that the JCI project also made a significant investment in this facility. Is that highlighted here anywhere in particular? And are there costs in addition to energy savings because of the significant investments that were made? Are there cost savings?
So I think that is going to be covered in the TELP lease payment, and the general fund actually does cover that for the arena. There are other contract costs that come with the maintenance for that that are included in the operations that would have been probably assumed in other maintenance costs if those improvements weren't made.
So I think that was a yes, but I'm not sure.
Yes, that was a yes. So it is reflected in here. If you'd like what I can.
No, that's what I'm trying, really, truly not, I'm just.
No, the TELP lease payment is going to be towards the bottom of page 139. And you will see for fiscal year 23, the budget is going to be about $161,000 for the TELP lease payment.
Okay.
And then, but you will see the revenue that's coming in as a transfer from the general fund for the TELP lease payment over on page 138 in the revenue section. within transfers in, it is about the last line item in that blue section for equally $161,010.
Okay.
Dollars.
That's helpful.
Perfect.
And I think the only thing, I'm really impressed, when I first came on the commission, then these numbers were orders of magnitude higher in terms of costs, subsidies out of the general fund to this facility, which is a very, very, very important facility. So I'm shout out to the folks operating the facility, the user groups, the staff. Clearly folks are thinking a lot about what happens to this very critical resource and how we can support it, because this is a very different way of talking about this than we had just a couple of years ago. And I really appreciate that as we think about how to move this forward. And I do remember back at the beginning time, so 17-18 timeframe, again, there are possibilities for providing maybe not all the energy needs of that space, but adding the ability to generate at least some of its own power to reduce some of these significant costs that may help with, a solar investment at Lakeview Arena has a 20 to 30 year payoff. So it could also be a way of helping reduce those costs and not expose us again to the volatility of other fuel prices. And I hope that that can also be part of the conversation, if not with My Next Cities, but as we move forward. I know that that work was done in 2017-18, and now cost structures are different, but also solar panels have improved, and there's battery capacity as well.
I can tell you that has absolutely been part of the conversations with them, whether or not that bears fruit and how that ends up working out, but we have definitely identified that as a potential for a project with that and the wastewater treatment plant.
Awesome, great. So yes, thank you, and I look forward to the conversations to come on this. I think it's really important.
Commissioner Stonehouse?
No questions on this section, Your Honor.
Commissioner Bonzo?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I just have a couple of clarifying questions. So, first of all, just noting that we're looking at a pretty significant increase in fiscal 23 in our use and admission fees, fee revenue. Also, there's a pretty significant difference between our projected fiscal 22 revenue from other financing sources versus what we were anticipating last year and what we're looking at this year. Is that just because of the replacement of the compressors, or what's accounting for, first of all, I guess the change in our projections over the course of this fiscal year, and then also the increases in those sources of revenue for fiscal 23.
So the increase in the use and admission fees for fiscal year 23, the requested budget versus the projected activity, that is due to we are restructuring our fees for the user groups, and we have kind of communicated a need to start increasing those over a 3-year period to kind of ease into it and prepare our user groups for those increases. Because if we think about it, we're deciding on the budget here that will take into effect October 1st. Those user groups start pretty quickly. We're about to put ice in at the arena in the coming weeks here. So it's a difficult burden for those user groups to take on within weeks before their season starts. So we have had those conversations. So there's a small increase there for that. $67,000 though in that budget for 23 is accounting for the use by NMU for their ICE needs. Mm-hmm. And that those fees, when we talk about increases, are also considering user groups in the summer as well for the dry floor and events as well. So those have been communicated. So that's the increase in the user fees. The other financing sources, the difference between fiscal year 22 budget, projected activity, and the 23 requested budget. Let me tackle that first with the fiscal year 22 budget was projecting a need for a subsidy of close to $281,000. That was in order to balance their budget. They are coming out with a trend right now at $174,000, and that is due to just some operational changes. Some things, they didn't need as much of certain funds, I think with staffing, the way that we kind of budget for some of our seasonal and part-time staff had changed. So there's some changes there that we were able to recoup some cost savings, and things just aren't projecting out to be as much for that. But fiscal year '23, we are anticipating a $244,000 need for a subsidy, and that's why you see that in the other financing sources request for fiscal year '23 budget.
Okay, thank you. And that leads in very well into my second clarifying question, which is that we're looking at a $244,000 general fund subsidy for this fund. And I just want to make sure, for example, we are not right now calculating in any wage increases for employees. Has this subsidy been included in the budget yet, or no? Just to be clear.
No, it has not.
Okay, all right. And
The 244 is not in the budget?
No. Not in the general fund budget.
not yet. That was my understanding, but I just wanted to make sure. And then the last question I have is, when I'm glad that we're looking at user fees, because while I understand, I'm sure people won't be happy about it. I appreciate the fact that we're trying to phase this in over several years to help people adjust to it. And we need to make sure we can continue operating Lakeview Arena. I'm just curious, when was the last time that user fees were increased significantly?
I'm looking at it, Mary, for a... Actually, I do have Community Services Director John Swenson here, who probably is very familiar with the last time that user fees were increased. I do just want to share that while he walks up to the side podium, many of the user groups do cover some of the youth hockey leagues, some of the high school hockey teams, the figure skating club, and some of our other youth activities as well, and open skate and things like that. But John, I do believe that the original question was, when was the last time fees were increased?
Yeah, 2018 was the last time fees were increased. That's when we went to $200 per hour for ice, and additional increases were planned for subsequent years, and we scrapped those due to COVID. So with the uncertainties with the user groups and with everything else that we had going on with COVID, we waited until this time period to start incrementing those fees upwards.
What's the new hourly fee, John?
$210 for this year, and we're looking at a $10 or $15 increase next year.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. That helps. That's all I had.
I might need you for just a second too, John. Do we happen to know, with the increased user fee, how much more we think that will generate?
Yeah, you can look at that line item that is estimated use and admission fees. So before the NMU summer ice, we're anticipating about $400,000 in ice revenue. If you look at the previous year, so we budgeted about $370,000. I think the actuals are going to be at about $380,000. So about $20,000 an increase on that. Yeah.
Okay, perfect. And now to Karen and Sean. So I did a little research before the meeting about how much we've subsidized Lakeview Arena. I went back 20 years, but if you just go back 10, it looks like we've put $3.36 million in subsidies to them in the last 10 years, which to me seems like a lot. I understand it is a vital service for the area that we provide something that no one else has, but I also understand that $3.36 million over 10 years, so $300,000 a year, that's our raise to a staff, that $300,000 or $400,000. That's something else that could be used in a different way. And have we looked at, and I don't want to say anything that's going to be jump to conclusions. This is long-term I'm looking at. Have we looked at ways, I mean, obviously that if in 20 years, this business has not been in the red, in the black. It's been in the red every single year for 20 years from what I can see on general fund giving. Like, obviously, it becomes the black, but what I mean is without general fund money, is this something that we're looking at to see the viability of it in the long term? Like, are we going to continue this forever? Are we going to try and find a way to make it to where it's something else? From a business standpoint, if you're seeing a business that's not thriving, you don't just continuously throw money at it. You try and find a way to fix it, and if it's not possible, we do something else. And I worry that we're lacking in other areas of our city because we're continuously putting money to plug a hole. Is there something we're looking at to do to change this?
So it's tough. When we say subsidy in the years past, I think even just started last year that we had broken out the amount that the general fund contributes to Lakeview Arena, and we've broken out based off of debt and TELP payment and an operational subsidy. And this year is really the first year that we're focusing on it, although we did do it last year. So to say that it's 300 each year in a subsidy, it's I don't have the breakout for the past 10 years on what is contributed to debt and what is contributed as operational, but we can certainly look at that.
The numbers I pulled were just general or transfers from the general fund.
I don't think we used to split it out.
We had in the past. We had in the past. So when we are evaluating something like that and looking back to the 10 years, we do need to take a little bit more time to determine whether that is tied to debt, how much is tied to debt, and how much is tied to operations. Although we would love to get to a point, and we need to get to a point where it's covering both, essentially. But we're just not at that point, and quite frankly, we've taken on something with the energy enhancement projects that we want to be able to make sure that is sustainable financially as well. So long-term solutions obviously are going to be take some time, and we would really need to be evaluating what that looks like. And also this next year coming with the need from NMU, we just didn't feel that was a possibility to make some changes just yet. So if that is something that, obviously would require some direction just from the commission to explore, that is something we can be adding to our list in this next year for some sort of turnaround, plan or ideas. But that may come at a cost, especially to our user groups. And that's evaluating the need, like we said, for the entire community, and what we need and want, so.
Awesome, thank you.
I would just like to add in that we've got a master planning process that might help us clearly define that. Gonna ask some questions of the public, right, so we can get a better gauge. Sorry, go ahead, Pro Tem Mayor.
Thank you. Just looking at this, I think one of my initial thoughts is, they're having an increase of revenue here from the use admissions plus the NMU summer use of about 87,000, and yet I'm going to say the subsidy, not necessarily the bond payments, but the subsidy portion from this year to next year, they want that to increase by 70 as well. And I don't know where in here the increase in their expenses are. I guess I'm just trying to figure out why, even with the increasing revenues, they want an additional increase in the subsidy as well.
Probably because it costs more to operate more.
So there's going to be an increase in cost. The increase in cost is offset by the equal increase in the user fee for that additional sheet of ice, which is going to be directly passed on to that user group. There are other increases in there for cost, and we've seen rising costs as well. But generally, many of these are really taking in consideration that extra use for NMU.
Staff time. They're not normally there in the summer that much.
Okay, thank you.
It's me. I don't know how far I want to go down this rabbit hole. I think we need to have a couple of conversations in conjunction with the master plan about long-term what we're going to do with this facility. That doesn't mean closing it down, but I think we need to find a way to make it more financially viable. That could mean public-private partnerships. That could mean working with our partners at NMU or anyone listening who wants to help. We would love for you to make that magic phone call, even if it just helps us a little bit. We're brainstorming here. We're trying to figure it out. We want to keep, hockey town, but we got to find a way to do it together and not just have that be a city of Marquette task. because it's at the detriment of a lot of other services that folks in our community aren't able to get, who don't play hockey, or who don't figure skate, or do open skate, or use that facility. So we've got to take the needs of all into consideration, and that's where I struggle with this. It's important, but, you know, we need some help. That's what I'll say on this one. But I like that we've got a phased approach. I guess my main question is, at this point, we're hoping to have Lakeview Arena use their fund balance to cover some of the deficit, but then what happens in fiscal year 24, in fiscal year 25, in fiscal year 26, and 27? And right, there's still a 4-year gap that we don't have the money to pony up and help out. So we've got to come up with a solution for fiscal year 24. It's right around the corner. Commissioner Stonehouse?
Your Honor, if I can only maybe wrap up a little bit, I'm entering my 12th year on the commission. And I can assure you that for 12 years, 12 different commissions have wrestled with the identical problem and had no success on it. And I'll tell you that I think 10 years prior to that, there wasn't a commission that had success either, because the problems remain the same. And that's simply, you don't have enough money based on the user groups coming through for the facility. How we fix that, I have nothing to offer beyond looking out of the box, trying to be imaginative, and hopefully something will happen. That's a terrible answer, but it is a terrible problem to have. And good luck to our city manager if she can create an opportunity that we all have managed to miss. But I think everybody on the commission is committed to keeping Lakeview operational and functional. The trick is going to be how we pay for that. Thank you, Your Honor, for the time.
I think that about wraps it up on this one. I know we have several other topics we need to cover, so.
One clarifying thing.
Better be quick.
So if that subsidy, by the way, is in there for them to have a balanced budget, but it's not in our budget, they either don't have the funding to be open next year, or we in fact do not have a balanced budget right now.
Correct. We have a balanced operational budget, but it does need decision on, or direction on the subsidy to the, to Lakeview Arena.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question then. What happens if we don't?
Then we will need to come back with a Lakeview Arena amended budget with identifying $244,000 within their budget. And that is also something that if the commission would like to direct us, we can certainly do, but it will come with great changes in the service that we provide in that arena.
So it's either Lakeview Arena has to change their services or the city has to change their services, correct?
Or the city uses fund balance in order to balance that, as we had essentially done last year.
I guess I don't understand, because I thought that they had almost enough to cover that.
They have $216,000, so
Yeah.
they would need a slight subsidy or a
But
change.
last year, we budgeted a certain amount, and it came in under. I'm not that worried about, I mean, we might have to make an amendment at some point.
Yes.
Commissioner Bonsall?
Yes, thank you. I just want to quickly change the subject to Local Development Finance Authority.
That's what I'm trying to do.
Yeah, because I mean I don't want to, like, you know, step on your toes.
Well, I was going to
Madam
actually
Mayor.
let Commissioner Stonehouse kick it off to try.
Oh,
to
okay. Never mind then. Okay, I thought
right.
we were doing them all
We'll go
together.
second, though.
Yeah.
Okay. Are we okay to go back to LDFA? City staff want to tee that up at all, or?
That would be page 97. If you guys want to flip back to that, over to the LDFA, and just as a reminder that this is the tax increment revenue capture that's coming in, or the capture that's coming in, and being passed through per the approval of the LDFA board, passed on to the contract, to fulfill the contract with Innovation Marquette for their services for economic development specifically tailored to technology. So this does have an expiration date of,
2029?
Was it 2039? It's in our 2031. I believe the LDFA expires for that capture. It is 2031, it says.
It says 2029 on page 90. The cap, maybe the cap just
Fiscal years
expired?
and tax years are always.
Oh,
It's right here.
I'm looking on the wrong sheet. It says LDFA Well, it says here, city captures are capped at 400,000 annually through 2029. On page-
Fiscal years and tax years are different.
Oh.
Sorry.
Yeah, there might be a small lag in there. So just as a reminder, I think we hit it last year. The city's tax capture is capped at 400,000, and I believe we hit that last year, if not this year. So that is the maximum contribution. The rest of that does come back into the city.
Okay, I have a lot to say about this, but I'm going to wait till my turn at the end. I'm going to start with Commissioner Stonehouse, go down the line. Has to be a clarifying question.
Did we ever receive additional budget information from the presentation that was given to us?
So
That we requested?
Yeah, so the financial information that we did receive was the last year's audit. I was trying to get updated numbers. We do have projections through May, but it's not a full year. And I think that that's the level of detail that we're waiting for. We are scheduling a tour and more of an informal meeting with the City Commission and the Smart Zone. And that looks like it's going to be either at the end of September or early October for timing. The
We
budget.
still don't have a full 12 months worth of information.
We do through a financial audit, and we're trying to look at the detail, which is, I think, what we really are concerned with. But I do want to make it clear that the only budget that we have, that the city reviews, is the budget that goes through the LDFA. And the LDFA is also responsible for reviewing the detail in the contract that Innovation Marquette operates from.
Okay, Commissioner Stonehouse, start us off, please.
Well, only, Your Honor, I can say that I have the greatest faith in the Smart Zone, but I'm not seeing a lot of reason to have that. So that said, I'll tee it up for the next one.
Commissioner Bonzel.
Thank you. So to be clear, I first of all, I just want to clarify, it says here that city captures are capped at 400,000 annually through 2029. Where is this 2031 date coming from, or can you just explain that? Because I didn't understand that.
So the tax year is generally 1 year behind the fiscal year. Okay. However, our fiscal year is also starting after our tax year starts too. So the 2031 is the conservative long-term outlook without having exact dates as to when that contract and when that agreement expires. So conservatively, we've estimated 2031, which is what we've included in the long-term outlook sheet.
Okay. All right. Thank you. And can I just ask, I mean, how it says city captures are capped at 400,000 annually, but how flexible is this? My understanding is this isn't going to help us this year, regardless of what we do, but.
So the agreement is, let's start from the basics here. There is a development plan that actually dictates or lays out how the funds should be used and how the funds either are collected and operating from and are passed through to the Smart Zone. The original agreement at the inception of that plan had stated that the budget for the LDFA and for the Smart Zone would have a minimum of 200,000. And obviously, we've already exceeded that with our base tax capture. So the maximum amount that we have agreed upon is 400,000. So I am having a city attorney look into some of the details on how flexible that is, but that would be changing essentially a development plan that was approved quite some time ago and that is tied to some limitations within the state act. So any changes that we do make obviously cannot occur for this tax year, would have to be something we would be exploring for next tax year if we're even legally allowed to do that, and would come with probably some restrictions.
Okay. Thank you. So essentially,
it's not as easy as an answer.
No, I understand though. Like essentially, what you're saying is there may be some wiggle room here, but it's probably not going to help us for fiscal year 2023.
Correct. And the development agreement and this arrangement was also done through a public process. So I would assume that would also have to occur if there were any changes to that. And also, we have formed an LDFA, so an authority. So we would have to be working through the authority, which has the contract with that Smart Zone Innovation Marquette. So there's a lot of strings that are attached to that, and there's a lot of different considerations that we would have to be taking and allow for the public process to occur as well.
As we look at longer-term budgeting, as some of these slides have laid out, this is the kind of conversation we need to start having now for next year too. So it's one that if we're going to make any changes, the process needs to be initiated, and it's a part of our budget discussions because we're trying to budget longer term.
Okay, so like, to put it in the terms that, just as an example, hypothetically, like, we can't just this year right now as the commission in the next few weeks decide that we're going to reduce our capture from 400 to 200 and then take the 200,000 in savings and use it to, keep Lakeview Arena operating at its current level or something like that.
That can't happen overnight.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. That's all I have.
Commissioner Davis?
Well, Commissioner Bonzo just asked the questions that I was going to ask. I would love to believe in the smart zone, but I guess I would have to say I was disappointed in their report to us to find the value that I would expect for 400,000. I still believe in the smart zone, but if we had the opportunity this year to reduce that, that would be probably my preference. The LDFA is a city thing, correct?
Correct.
We have, and if I remember the history of the LDFA, it was formed in the 80s?
And I apologize, maybe I should clarify. So when we say it's a city board, it does have, it
has representation from other units of government.
Yes.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
okay, that's right, like the
representation.
maps and,
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Okay,
But we are, besides the state education mills, it is only our local capture that is used for funding.
okay.
So the county does not have any contribution, although they have a membership presence on the board.
Well, I guess the only thing I can then say, because of the answers that you provided to Commissioner Bonzo, is that we really need to take a look at this going forward and figure out what our return on investment is.
Commissioner Hanley?
I think I feel the same that I've heard from the two before me. I would like to look into the fact of how we go about. It's not that they're not doing a great thing. It's just, are we seeing jobs brought to our area? Are we seeing things changing here for us, for our constituents, that equals out to the $400,000 of their tax money that we're putting into this every single year? Is the question that we are all asking, which is why we're so wanting so much detail about it, because it's not our money just that we're spending, it's our constituents, and it's unfair to spend it without knowing exactly what we're getting in return. I do like the idea of looking at going down, because if you do the math on it, and we were to, obviously you said we can't bring it down overnight, that extra $200,000 is Lakeview, or it's a raise for our staff, or it's many other things that we could be using that could make a bigger impact, I think, directly on the constituents of this area. So I would definitely like to make sure we're looking into that as much as we can.
Pro Tem Mayor?
Thank you, and I will also kind of give some kudos to Commissioner Bonzel for asking several great questions, and I'm going to follow up now off of that with a little bit of what Mayor Smith was maybe suggesting with the library. In future years, could be possible, you said our minimum was 200 per our agreement?
Their budget was minimum of 200 that would have to be subsidized by the city if they did not have a budget of 200. So it's not necessarily that our contribution would be minimum 200, it would be their budget, their budget should be 200.
If their TIF isn't collecting at least $200,000,
Okay.
we make up the difference from our general fund.
The suggestion I was going to say was that maybe some other parties like the county who has representation on the LDFA could also be pitching in to help with that. Was more or less, I think, where my mindset was going. But other than that, I don't think I have anything to say on this.
Commissioner Hill?
I'm going to build off of that question because it's my understanding, and we'll learn more on the tour, that a whole bunch of agencies have now come together in this one facility. And one of, obviously, we need to better understand where the money is going because we still don't have good information. An audit is not a budget, so that is, they still have not answered the question, and it's been 2 years that question has not been answered. And in this collaboration, which is very much what needs to happen, how are the other parties contributing, and what are they seeing from that contribution, and what are the benefits that are coming in having those, I don't even know how many it is anymore, supposed business, well, not supposed, but I mean that all these different pieces of business development need to be happening. That's also, I mean, we need to start at ground zero of what's going on with this activity. These are public dollars going to private interest at some level. And there are public needs that are not being met. And so that's ground zero for me, is public dollars going into private support. And there needs to be absolute clarity on what that looks like. And then, because we have already identified multiple public needs that are not being met. Thank you.
Commissioner Stonehouse? He's gonna cut in line. I had my whole thing ready to go.
I realize that, Your Honor. Thank you for your forbearance. The Smart Zone actually started the LDFA started concurrent with the Smart Zone. That was our mechanism to be able to provide, I think, matching funding with MEDC that went into the Smart Zone operation. And it wasn't too long after that Smart Zone fell in with NMU and became one organization. So they are joined, and there is mutual funding between them. So what I suggest is that if we're going to pursue this tightly, we bring in somebody who can actually walk us through the process of putting the two together, where the funding sources really come from, and the value that the city's money has been in doubling with a grant from MEDC, which I believe brings us up to $400,000. That becomes kind of a mythical number you're contributing. Reality is we leverage the money to get 400, I think. But that's, again, goes to the Smart Zone, cooperated with Northern Michigan University. So there's a few nuances here that I think we all have been unfamiliar with or have forgotten over time.
I think the 400,000 is very real from our budget, but I do think there's a match that comes in that may make it 800,000.
Right.
Does that sound right?
Yes. Again, our money matches somebody else's money,
There's something
which in turn
happening there.
makes the whole thing
But our
work.
400,000 is real.
Yes, our 400,000 is real, and
Yeah.
the matches that you are talking about are several different programs that are offered through the MEDC through these smart zones.
Right.
And it is something that we need to understand as well, and that's why the LDFA is tasked with that, and city staff, including myself, will be working very closely, and we have already been having conversations with LDFA members about how to best understand this and be able to communicate that.
What I might proffer would be to bring in somebody who can actually take a chalkboard and explain to us step by step how this whole process works, because it is convoluted, and it's not something that we can blow by with acronyms. We've got to spend the time that people understand what the actual verbiage and meaning is, and what the up and the down is for the city of Marquette in terms of whether we continue or not. And I think that ought to be very clear that there's some doubt whether we do or do not. But should we not continue it, it's my understanding that because it's a TIF, we can't automatically grab that money and put it somewhere else. That money has specific earmarked purposes to it. It's not, because the reality then we would be taxing on top of taxing. All those organizations that are paying the TIF are also paying a basic city millage. So we just can't pick people out and throw another TIF on top of them, I think. But that, again, should be part of the process of our education in detail in understanding the Smart Zone, LDFA, and TIF. Thank you, ma'am.
So in this budget, we're giving up any major road construction, which is just sorely needed. We have, at this point, no increases for our staff. We have other strategic planning goals and master planning goals that have to kind of go by the wayside. And yet, we have 400,000 that we're giving to the Smart Zone to fund 9 staff members when we can't even fill some positions within our own staff that we direly need, or give, at this point, raises. We may be able to carve that out at a later time to be determined. So I would like to see some activity to reduce or remove this line item completely as quickly as possible. That's one commissioner of 7, but I feel very strongly about this.
No, that's not a motion, Your Honor.
No. Stating my opinion.
You need a motion.
Don't second me.
I think we have the sediment here to do that.
Well, I understand. I don't think that it makes sense to, because there are too many things that have to happen. But I want our residents and our taxpayers and our business owners to hear that we know we've raised their taxes. I want our city staff to hear that we know that we haven't been able to give them, the moon as much as we'd like to. And yet we have some ties that we've got to work out. And I would like to see it done sooner than later so we can get back to serving those critical populations. That's where I'm at.
Can I add Sally first?
Yeah, go ahead, Commissioner Davis.
Just to piggyback on that, and I think that you're not the only one that feels as you do. First of all, I feel it's disappointing that there's not someone from our LDFA here to respond. Oh, yes, there is. I'm sorry. Well, and perhaps he may want to respond. But it also, it's obvious that this is one of our new objectives for the upcoming year, is to really work to understand how this all works. And I recognize that smart zones take several years to prove their worth, yet it's just a little frustrating at the same time to not get the information that we've been asking for and to look at the kind of budget that we're looking for. So I think we just have our work cut out for us in terms of education this year to see all of those intricacies that Commissioner Stonehouse has talked about and understand all of them.
I agree, and I know I usually am far more diplomatic, but when I'm staring down, so many no's that we've had to say, it's really hard when we've got something like this that we don't feel confident in what this money is doing for us as a city of Marquette. Go ahead, Commissioner Hill.
Thank you. The other context I want to put on this is that the economy is always changing, and it is becoming increasingly clear that housing has to come first. Housing has to come before jobs. People are being offered jobs here. They're not moving here because there's no place for them to live. So what was a need years ago when this was set up, and people did this because we needed to invest potentially in ways to create new job opportunities. And now as remote work has exploded and become a whole, or maybe even you could say met its potential, starting to meet its potential. But I'm reading more and more about how, it was, attract the factory, get the factory here, and then the factory has the jobs, and then the houses get built. We know the factory's here. That's your tax base. And then it moved to make your place a livable place, make it a wonderful place, and then people want to come. Well, we've done a great job of that here, but now we got to have the housing for the people to come here who want to come here. And so I would like answers from the LDFA about how they're going to meet our current conditions, which are, we need housing.
I have a request from the commission. I'm wondering if our LDFA rep wants to respond, or maybe not. If you want to, you can. You don't have to. If you do, if you come to the side podium, because there are people watching from home, and well, it's okay. And then it's my understanding that we actually may have a motion on this for some direction for staff. So
Okay.
with that in mind,
Okay, I've been on I was appointed by the county. I was on the county board.
And what's your name?
My name is Bruce Heikla.
Hi, Bruce.
I live at 700 Hampton Street, Marquette. I was on the county board for 12 years and was appointed to the LDFA from the county board. Then they needed somebody from the city, so after I got off the county board, I got on it. I have many of the same questions. I'm always skeptical of everything, and I'm asking some questions right now. And if I could possibly sit down with your city manager, I might have a couple of those questions you've been asking, which I can relate to her. But it is a complicated thing, and I mean, it takes a lot to understand it. It would probably be best to have Joe Thiel, who is the head of it right now to actually make an appointment and come in and talk to the city commission. I think that would clarify some things. Some of the things I've heard here is that who started it, and I can help maybe a little bit with that. It was not the county board who started it or what other municipalities. My understanding, it was a previous city manager who was very instrumental in it, and I believe it was Bill Vida. So I'm not 100% sure, but that's how it started. And the funds that the city are contributing are $400,000. And when they started some of the things is to try to get technology jobs into the city in the area. And that's where, in fact, I came to a previous meeting a few years ago and I asked what the city wanted from, the questions I asked were they wanted just a better community, they want tax revenue, or they wanted jobs. At that time, I guess people didn't really understand as much, but I did ask that question a few years ago. So is there anything else that, maybe I
I
could
don't think
help
so
with?
at this point. I really appreciate you coming up, Bruce.
Oh, no.
I appreciate being here. I mean,
If there's some questions, I'll be more than happy, but
Okay.
I have a lot of the same questions, and there has to be, in my opinion, a cost benefit. If you're getting X amount of dollars in there, you have to have some benefits back, and it depends what you're looking for, so.
thank you, Bruce.
All right,
Appreciate
you're
it. Commissioner Hanley has indicated that she'd like to make a motion on an item related to this.
I'd like to make a motion to direct city staff to conduct an analysis on the LDFA and the agreement that we have with them as it stands.
Okay. Second?
Madam Mayor, I will second that motion.
Okay, any discussion?
I think we've discussed it a lot, and we all felt like we wanted to look into this and look into the efficiency and whether or not this is a purposeful thing for us to continue moving forward with. And so I think it's a good way to go ahead and get the staff the direction that they need so that we can move forward with the steps that we need to be taking.
Okay, and Pro Tem?
I would just add that I think this is an appropriate step and that at this point, I think the commission probably feels that we don't have many other options moving forward on this subject.
Any additional related discussion, Commissioner Bonsall?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I was just going to add that, I think that as part of this analysis, it would be important to look at return on investment in terms of job creation and investment in the community, but also to think about where those jobs and that investment has come from. During the presentation, I was kind of disappointed to hear where some of the focus is in terms of future economic development. And to be frank, most of it sounded like it was either focused on technology or on tourism. Tourism, generally, you're going to be talking about lower wage jobs for the most part that aren't going to be family sustaining, maybe more seasonal. And then for technology, most city residents don't have a college degree. Even at as a 25-year-old, I am in the distinct minority among city residents of people in my age group who have a 4-year degree. And so what about all of them? Is this really, are these economic development initiatives benefiting most city residents potentially, or are we attracting people from other areas who already have high incomes, who already have a lot of, advanced degrees and things like that to come here and kind of, operate their small business here? There are benefits to that, but I think that it'd be interesting to see a breakdown of where some of these jobs, if jobs have been created, how many of them were created for people already living in the area versus people that came here from elsewhere, just to relocate, basically.
Any other discussion? I think we've had quite a bit on this one, so let's go ahead and take a vote. All in favor, please say yes.
Yes.
Any opposed? Motion passes 7-0. That'll give city staff some direction on this item. Okay, I think that actually wraps up, what is it, special revenue funds, so we can move on to enterprise funds? Thank you. And we have we've got about 12 minutes left, and we still have to do some public comment, so.
Sure. Enterprise funds, I do want to say that we do have 7 enterprise funds. Today, we will only really be talking about 4 of them. The utility funds, which include the water supply, sewage disposal, and stormwater utility.
Page.
And that's starting on page 127.
Thank you.
Sorry. So those three, water, sewer, and stormwater, will be discussed with our utility rate study that will be presented at, around September 12th. And along with that includes the revenue projections and budgets that would be coming from those as well. So that will be discussed. I do want to state, it should not come as any surprise because it has been mentioned in several budget discussions and talked about at length last year, but as we see with all other funds and all other businesses, costs are increasing, and we have, I don't want to say been behind, but we are not in a financial position to not do anything in those funds. So yes, I do believe that you will be seeing those rate increases, but with that rate study, what we're trying to do is really spread that out with a 10-year model or 5 to 10-year model, whatever is decided, and really try to minimize as much impact as we can because we know we have seen some significant cost increases for our residents and users. So that being said, more to come on that one. The other enterprise funds, Tourist Park, Lakeshore and Lighthouse Park, Fuel System, and the marinas are the other enterprise funds. These are more of what you would see operating as business type funds, similar to our internal service funds. Things are kind of odd with the budgets. Legally, we do not have to pass budgets for enterprise funds, but we do because that is the model that we follow, and it does keep us on track with goals and remaining within reasonable costs. So. Over on page 127, starting off, actually I would say 127, but we're going to skip a couple of pages here. Oh, no, I'm sorry, Tourist Park. Tourist Park, there are improvements that are occurring at Tourist Park, and Tourist Park is very self-sustaining and actually increasing into fund balance for some of those larger increases. There is nothing really noteworthy necessarily in the revenues, other than the fact that we are projecting to see some increase in revenues. And then some of the increase in costs that we are putting in there has to do with some of the maintenance that's going to be coming along into those areas and some of the improvements as well within Tourist Park. So there is equal revenues to equal expenditures for this budget, but they do have a healthy fund balance, which I don't unfortunately have the amount listed, I'm sorry. Just over $1 million within Tourist Park, but again, some of those improvements that we do see within Tourist Park are quite costly. There are some areas there that we would like to start utilizing, but will require some improvements. Moving into the next page, over to 129, Lakeshore and Lighthouse Park Fund. So this really, accounts for some of that revenue that we are seeing with that captain's residence that we just recently started charging rent for and fees for use of that facility. Those revenues are going to be put into that park and improvements within that park, which does contain the lighthouse. There are several things that we are exploring for that fund and for that use. But we hope to have some progress there going into next year and the years after that. So with that, our fees at this point are projecting to be just shy of $80,000, and that is conservative but does remain optimistic, and a significant portion of that of the costs in that fund cover contract costs, which is to maintain that facility. So we are projecting to have excess revenues over expenditures just shy of $25,000 for next year. Exciting fund. Next is the fuel system fund. So this one kind of accounts for all of the fuel that we do, sell to ourselves, but also to other entities as well. And it does operate as a business fund, and any fund balance that is carried into there is really for improvements or maintenance there, and kind of does have provide a little bit of a cushion if there's volatility in usage versus fees. So. You do see that there are surcharges there that we are able to recoup and utilize, but that we charge ourselves and our other user groups, such as NMU, for some of that. And then moving into the marina funds, Presque Isle and Cinder Pond Marinas operate very differently from each other, so we do track things separately, although it is within one fund. In there, and those fees are incredibly unique, that they do account for very specific things and really have to abide by some rules and regulations within the State Waterways Commission. So any fluctuations that we do see within those budgets or within the actual usage, it has to do with just operations. And yes, we will be seeing a small decrease in the current year because we did have a delay in opening that marina, but hopefully we don't have that problem next year. So not anything out of specific noteworthy other than some improvements that need to be made and some other costs that may not be completed within fiscal year 22 for some of those improvements, specifically to, which marina was that? What marina has current, Presque Isle Marina, thank you. Has some improvements we're completing right now. I should know that. So those are your enterprise funds in a quick nutshell.
I'm wondering if you want to move on to next steps and,
So,
and I guess my overarching thought is if you need any additional direction from the commission on certain items or general, you know.
I think we actually covered a lot of the
Okay.
direction today. I think that where, from the direction that we, you just had made prior to touching on the enterprise funds, what we are hearing is really some staff time working with the LDFA and the Smart Zone before presenting something to the commission. We are cognizant of the relationships and the partnerships that we have formed with that, and we will obviously, that is going to be a component of that analysis and that, process that we do take. And it needs to be said that it is a partnership, obviously, with NMU and with the state and MEDC, so those are going to be taken into consideration. So with that being said, the next steps, as we conclude right now with what we really feel is the draft format of the budget, the next time that we will be coming to talk about the budget will be on September 12th when we discuss the utility funds through that rate study, and that will be in the form of a special meeting that will cover the rate study along with the budgets for those utility funds that are remaining. And if there is anything else that we want to circle back on with the budget, we can certainly do it at that time. At the regular meeting on September 12th, we are planning to do a presentation that would be more of public information to review more of the education piece for the budget that the public may not have caught from our discussion here, because all of you are very seasoned, well seasoned into budget process. So some of the things that the public would be probably interested in with those budgets could be presented at that time at the regular meeting for a very short, brief presentation. At that point, it would be a proposed budget. We would set the public hearing as well, and the public hearing would be held essentially upon approval on the September 26th meeting, at the regular meeting, which would then also require a decision on the approved budget to either adopt it or send it back for further changes, but that would need to be set much earlier. So, and after September 26th, October 1st is the start of the new budget year. We would do ongoing detailed monitoring of the budget and those quarterly reviews with the commission. And because of the status that we are in, I would probably recommend having more of a presentation for a financial review at the first quarter end. And that's where some of those decisions for next year could potentially be introduced or identified.
All right. Well, the way the agenda is laid out, we do have comments from the commission after public comment. We'll start things with Commissioner Bonzo once I get to that, and we'll have any follow-up from city manager after that point. Anything else from city staff before we move into public comment? And then we'll get into commission, kind of wrap up.
As long as we have a concluding statement, if you're okay with that after.
Yeah, during your city manager comments, you can say whatever you'd like.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we will open it back up for public comment. Comments may not exceed 3 minutes per person. Please state your name and physical address unless you've already done so at this meeting.
Start the buzzer until I get here.
It's not on yet.
Good afternoon, Margaret Brum, 404 East Magnetic. I'd like to start with a compliment to the City Commission, the city staff. This is by far the finest budget meeting I've ever had the privilege of attending, both in the preparation by the staff, which has always been excellent, but also in the preparation of each commissioner. For For the first time, I heard questions of different direction from each commissioner. A lot of you had the same questions, but none of you sat back and waited for everybody else to talk. You all injected what you were concerned about, which when you're having budget crisis, it's really nice to know that the people you elect to take care of this are taking care of us, are paying attention. So, and I also appreciate the fact this budget meeting was taped so that other people can take a look at it. So I've challenged this commission many, many times to do better. And I'm here to give you a grade on this meeting, and it's just about an A. And that's really hard to say because you're not done yet. You haven't convinced anybody yet, but you did your homework and it was very obvious that you'd done it. And I know Commissioner Stonehouse is sitting there going, you know, I'm always prepared, but the bottom line is it's good to have everybody prepared. Couple of suggestions. I have some experience with the Smart Zone, but you don't need to hear that from me anymore. I've shared with you my experience. I'm going to recommend to the city manager, before you arrange the tour of the Marquette Smart Zone, call the Michigan Tech Smart Zone. There's a gentleman up there who has much more experience with smart zones. And I'm going to bet you just a little bit, a bucket of cigarette butts, I'm going to bet you that this man will answer all of your questions about his smart zone, how it's run, how much money he gets, and what he gives back for it. Because I believe that perspective would help you in your questioning of the Marquette Smart Zone much more than anything I could say. The number 2 suggestion I'm going to make, I love the idea that you're going to go visit the Smart Zone and ask them a bunch of questions. I would also like you to go visit Lakeview Arena as a commission and invite the hockey groups and the figure skating groups and a representative of Northern Michigan. I don't know if I'm the only one in the room who knows this, but Northern Michigan has a sheet of ice that's Olympic size. That's okay when they play at home or when they play somebody who's Olympic size ice, but they play a lot of other colleges that have NHL size ice, and they have to use Lakeview for that. So please have that meeting as well, because I think these are good questions. How do you justify this for the next 10 years? And the last thing I was going to say, I'm hereby endorsing Sally Davis and Evan Bonsall for re-election on the Marquette City Commission. I'm doing it on the record and I'm doing it publicly, and I'm doing it because I think they're the best 2 candidates for the position and that they prove their worth and that they are to the benefit of Marquette. Thank you very much.
Anyone else for public comment?
My name is Bruce Heichel, 700 Hampton Street. I've already spoken, so I really appreciate the work the staff did put in this budget. They did a lot of work, and it's sort of the commissioners, and you have a hard job ahead, and I know what it's like. It's not easy to deal with a budget like this. But the other question I just wanted to bring up with Lakeview Arena, I have a grandson that plays hockey now, and I'm not talking about what the fee should be or not. You're going to have, that's your decision, but I'll tell you what, I don't know how many kids, but there's a lot of kids out there that play hockey, and a lot of parents cannot afford it. It costs, I don't know if you know, but it's thousands of dollars a year to play hockey. I had no clue till my daughter, son started playing, and they pay a lot of money to go outside the area, so it's a big expense. So, thanks.
Anyone else for public comment? Anyone else? Seeing no further public comment is now closed. Move to comments from the commission. We'll start it off with Commissioner Bonzel.
I have no further comments at this time, Madam Mayor.
Okay. Commissioner Davis?
I do not either, thank you, other than I do know that hockey is expensive, having personal experience with that.
Commissioner Hanley?
The only comment I have is that I would like to wish Pro Tem Mayor a happy 25th birthday today.
It's his golden birthday, and he didn't realize it until we told him today. Pro Tem Mayor, anything you'd like to say? Should we sing to you?
I was just going to thank staff, but.
You're welcome.
Thank you, though.
Oh, that's it?
Yeah, that's all.
Okay, Commissioner Hill.
I'm a little afraid because my birthday's going to fall on a meeting too now. I'm afraid. Thank you very much, staff. Incredible work. Really, really impressive. This was a really valuable meeting and session. I'm very, very grateful. Thank you to the commissioners for the terrific questions. And yes, I got my card with the rolly cart. We're rolling along. Thank you very much. And if you can make my husband clean up the garage, thank you.
Commissioner Stonehouse?
Great work, staff. Thank you for doing it, particularly to our manager, who really walked us through it, I think, in an exemplary fashion, and we deeply appreciate that. Certainly, I think the different way this year has been a very good presentation as opposed to what we've been doing in the past, so kudos for that. I would point out to the commission that it wasn't so long ago, and John Swenson may well remember, but John's managed to slip out. I got five. Oh, he's five right there? So wave your hand, John. I remember 5 or 6 years ago, we were doing $180,000 appropriations for the marinas from the general fund. And doing that on a routine basis with no end in sight. And they figured out a way to change that. This year, looking at the budget, I think we're in a profit mode slightly. We raised the cost. You raised the rent. You raised the fees, and everybody yelled like the world was going to end. But today, we're still occupied at 100%, and we're making money, or we're left money to pay the freight on what those 2 marinas cost. So that is something for your consideration as we move forward on Lakeview Arena, that yes, people aren't going to like it, yes, it's going to be a problem, but that's one method that can help burn down this problem. Other than that, Your Honor, thank you for the time and a good meeting.
So I would just like to say the fantastic budget presentation by staff, good engagement by department heads, by our partners, especially by the commission. I think it's probably the most productive and engaging budget session I've been a part of, and I've been on the commission since 2017. So thank you. I think it's a testament to the work that you all did in putting this together and walking us through a process where we can engage without maybe being drawn, things go on and on and on. So it was, you hit the high notes, but also dove in where we needed to. The only thing that I think I would, task city staff with, and this would be mainly administration, is if at all possible to find a way through some of the problem areas we've talked about to cut back and then provide some raises for staff. And I don't know what that looks like. There's no set percent, I'm saying, but that's the one hanging, looming storm hanging over my head that we try to address if we can. So all the things we've talked about, if there's room, I know lifeguards were mentioned, maybe that's not so popular, to change that, or some of the other difficult things, but retention and attraction of staff is also critically important. So just wanted to end on that note. Go over to our city managers for some final comments.
Certainly. And really, we do want to just thank Mayor Pro Tem for spending his birthday here with us.
Oh, that's the announcement you wanted to make?
Yeah, that was actually the only thing I wanted to cover. However, I do feel it is necessary to really thank not only the commission for some great direction discussion and the opportunity to really make some change here and really take some time to make more impactful change as well in the future. And also thank you to city staff at this table, but then also all of the city staff that have been very supportive and providing great feedback, contribution, and ideas going into the future. And it's not easy because they are looking at their own budgets, but also everything that is impacted by those decisions. So just a huge kudos to everybody in this room for getting us to this point. So we have some work to do, and we will continue forward. So thank you.
Great. Thank you. We are adjourned at 3:07 p.m. Thanks, everyone.
And you thought there's no way we fill all the time.